He is not a racist. I can tell you that. He's a good person.
I'm a good person even though I'm not a racist. Thanks, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst president ever. A bleak new study has found that most shoppers will not be comfortable returning to the high street next week. Yeah, I would think so. You don't need to be an expert to tell that. You don't need to do a survey either. Just ask me. Anybody that's considering doing a survey, just ask me first. I'll save you a lot of money. It's going to be injury on pain that even when we're let out, we still might not want to go out. You know, I've been thinking about some of my favourite places to eat, and I can't imagine that any of them will be able to stay in business. I mean, there's pizza places, chains, that were just about getting by before all this, which seems incredible, really, because, I mean, the cost of making a pizza is about, what, threepence halfpenny, and they sell them for 15 quid. How can you not make money on that? But they seem to have found a way. So my favourite pizza places, they won't be opening again anytime soon, I wouldn't think. And then there's the really big West End restaurants that have massive fixed costs because of their size. And they won't be able to serve half as many people. But the costs will remain the same. But mostly, I've been thinking about this Thai place in King's Cross, which is some of the best food I've ever tasted in my life. Some of the best things I've ever put in my mouth. And I can't imagine it ever opening again, which is such a shame. I mean, it's so small and cramped that you practically have to move your table and the one next to it out of the way before you get up to go to the loo. I mean, it's practically like a game of Twister, getting in and out of your seat. And they've only got about, 15 tables at most. Tiny, tiny little room producing some of the most fantastic food I've ever eaten. And they'll never reopen. How are they going to reopen? With social distancing. I almost couldn't pull that phrase out of the air, which means that we're probably in for a bumpy night.
Warning, warning.
If I'm falling over myself only 3 minutes in, we are screwed. So how are they going to open? How are the restaurants going to open? With and everything that goes with that. The restaurants and the people that do the napkins for the restaurants and the people that do the vegetables and the fruit and the flatware, which I believe is the correct terminology. Flatware, that is apparently knives and forks. Why they're called flatware, I've got no idea. It's just the fact, Jack. How are they going to survive? And the people that sweep up and wash dishes and all of it. It's like a big house of cards. And this is also true of small shops. How are small shops going to survive? How are people going to browse, which is how they make most of their money? You don't really go in as like a smash and grab raid and think, I'm going to buy this particular thing in this shop, go in, get it, and leave. Most people don't do that. What men might do, but women in general don't do that. They browse. Loads of people browse. Even if you don't think you're a browser, I bet you're a browser. You go into a store and you are thinking, well, I'll maybe get myself an adjustable spanner, and you end up with a pair of lederhosen. Who knew how that happened? It just does. I mean, first off, you're going to have to queue to get in a shop. Who's going to want to do that? So you're going to have to be really determined to get into that store. Not just passing it and seeing something in the window and thinking, I could really do with a nail gun. Or whatever. And then you go inside and you end up with a cruisette set. Whatever that is. So you're going to have to queue outside. Every shop in the land will look like they're selling the new iPhone. And then it's going to be one in, one out, meaning you will feel hassled to leave as soon as possible, or you'll get tutted at, which means you won't be able to browse. You won't be able to linger, which means that the sales will come plummeting down if people don't feel like they've got the time to, just relax in a store and see the stuff that they want, or might not even know that they want. Sales are going to be plummeting. You'll also feel bad picking something up and then putting it back on the shelf. I mean, I feel that way in supermarkets now. When I pick something up and then I then put it back and check on the shelf to see if there's one with a later best before date. I feel like I should apologise for doing that.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Basically, it means that the high street, shopping as we have done it for hundreds of years, which was on its last legs already, is dead. How's it going to reopen? I mean, there haven't been too many winners from this virus, but they all seem to be the tech companies, and they all seem to have owners that are already billionaires. Oh, and they don't pay their blooming taxes. So all the money that could be used to rebuild the country will be sitting on a computer screen in an empty building that houses thousands of headquarters of tax-avoiding companies on islands in the middle of nowhere that probably have the Union Jack flying from the government building, because that's what we do for a living. All the money that could have saved us will be spent on sunglasses and space rockets by the haves and the have-yachts. But it's our fault. It's not the virus's fault. It's our fault. The spending money with companies that don't benefit the country. We've been doing that for years. I must have said this 1,000 times. We are not patriotic shoppers. Jeff Bezos didn't steal our money. We gave it to him. We gave it to a company that, quotes, pays all the taxes that are legally due in every jurisdiction in which they do business, which, due to the genius accountants that they employ, is often zero on sales of billions. And we know this. And we know it's against our interests, but we do it anyway because it's convenient and it saves us 10 pence. And it feels like it's your birthday every day when the postie comes down the drive. But it's worse than that. Because now we'll have a very good excuse to not support the local economy of the high street because we're all frightened that it might kill us to go there. According to a new survey by the business services group EY, which is not A. that's not what it. That's not how you pronounce it. It's not A. EY. When shops reopen on Monday, says A, 4 in 5 of us say we don't want to try clothes on in a store. Well, I mean, actually, that would suit me fine. I could happily go for the rest of my life not trying things on in a store, but that's got nothing to do with the virus. I just hate trying on clothes in stores. I mean, the changing rooms are too small, they're lit badly, you can't see what you got on, they're hot and they're cramped. And for some reason I can't quite fathom, trying things on in a shop seems to be as hard as an Olympic sport. I'm just exhausted thinking about it. I get dressed in the morning without breaking a sweat, but doing it in a shop nearly does me in. But I suppose the point of that statistic, 4 in 5 of us won't want to try anything on in a shop, means that shops won't have just about the one remaining benefit over internet shopping now. Try before you buy. But it's worse than that, because only a quarter of us are even happy going to the supermarket. I'm feeling fine about going to the supermarket, actually. I'm enjoying going to the supermarket more than I ever have, just because there's so few people in there. And also, perhaps, it might be that I've decided to go to a top person's supermarket. Because, and this is true, they may be more expensive, but they are a British company, wholly owned by British people who aren't tax avoiders and treat their staff well. You see? Patriotism in the pasta aisle. I don't go to a megamart that's owned by a foreign group that comes from a place you couldn't point to on a map. I don't go to a place that treats its workers like drones. I don't go to a place that pays its suppliers so little they are permanently on the edge of bankruptcy. I go to a place that costs a bit more, that benefits the nation. Plus, it's the nearest one. A partner at EY called Sylvia said that businesses must go the extra mile to make shoppers less anxious. She said, the browsing experience, for example, will change. With social distancing, a person's presence in-store could prevent somebody else from entering, shortening the browsing time and making the shopping experience far more transactional. She says, simplifying the choice for customers would also be a sensible move, so that every item can easily be seen and purchased. Yeah, well, that's fine, except that's not how people shop. It's not smash and grab, it's loitering. Seeing one thing leads you to another, and then you end up buying 5 things you didn't know you wanted. Our whole economy is based on packing people together. Shops shopping malls, cinemas, theatres, clubs, concert halls, stadiums, racetracks, restaurants, hotels, museums, galleries. And the thing that gets us to those places, public transport. Everything we do, apart from online browsing, is based on cramming as many people as possible into the smallest possible space. And all that's gone. And the only business that's going to be left standing is Amazon. I mean, when it comes to hospitality, 2/3 of consumers who expressed a preference expect it to take months or years before they go back to a restaurant. 80% said the same about visiting cinemas. 73% said that about bars and pubs. Holy moly. If alcohol can't get you back in, nothing will.
Booze.
And now our dear leaders are planning to attack that problem. A cross-party group of MPs is urging ministers to follow Europe's lead and reduce the minimum distance customers must to stay apart from 2 metres to 1. But that doesn't actually mean anything, though. A 1 metre distance from anybody else is no metres. I mean, 1 metre is about as near as you want to get to somebody whose personal area you are not interfering with.
Disgusting.
A 1 metre rule is the same as a no metre rule. But it seems that the only way we can go back out and do our business is that, if we just ignore the 2 metre rule. But that will probably mean that there's a second wave and we'll all have to go back indoors again.
Oh, no.
The World Health Organization says that a social distance of at least 1 metre is what they recommend. But the government maintains 2 metres. And unless the rules are changed, it's feared that a huge number of bars and restaurants will go bust. I think the entire economy is flipped upside down and is ready to sink. The only reason that we haven't really noticed it very much is because we're still stuck inside. But come Monday, this says, Simon says, we have finally located the one and only person in the UK never to have seen faulty towers. Well done, LBC. That was a caller on Andrew's show. I was sat in the office listening to that with my mouth agape. I couldn't believe it. And it's not that she hadn't seen faulty towers. She'd never even heard of it. I am stunned. I suppose there's people who haven't heard Dark Side of the Moon.
Rock and roll!
There's people who haven't seen Star Wars, for instance. Took a while to find it, but there it is. Let's have Gillingham. Leslie.
Nick, good evening.
Leslie.
I'm actually calling from Cell Block H.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. The thing was, I don't know how much longer we're going to be incarcerated for. I thought it was originally going to be 12 weeks. Unfortunately, I received a letter a month after everyone else, and although I'd already done 4 weeks, my 12 weeks started from the day of the letter, so I've now been incarcerated for 16 weeks.
So what letter are you referring to?
With one from the, my NHS, the NHS, people that are vulnerable got these letters.
Oh, yeah.
Informing them that, you're now not allowed out your front door.
Yeah.
And we originally told 12 weeks, but I don't know what's going on. But I just wondered how your other listeners were coping with it all. I mean, unfortunately, all my walls are falling down because I've been climbing up them for so long.
I know that you're not supposed to say this out loud, but I've been quite enjoying it.
But you are. But
Yeah.
you're not locked up, though, are you?
Well, yeah, kind of.
You're allowed out.
Well, allowed and going out is two different things. I've barely gone out to do anything other than go to the supermarket and visit my mum. That's pretty much it. Oh, I went to Kew Gardens once, but that's it in the last couple of months. More than 2 months I've been in. And the reason why it's been pleasurable for me up to now is because I've got a garden and the sun's been out. If we'd had a typical spring and it'd been freezing cold and blooming raining all the time, then I like you would have been climbing up my walls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for company, I've got one of these bird feeders on the window.
Oh, yeah.
So I have goldfinch, chaffinch, sparrows, blue tits, robins and blackbirds. So that's my company.
I'm amazed if you've got goldfinches. I'm amazed that there's any food left for any of the other birds, because they are
they're beautiful.
They're
though.
like
they
they're very nice colours, but gannets.
Gorgeous. Well, there's the ones with little red faces.
Yeah, and the yellow feathers and it's like a kaleidoscope of colour. Yeah.
But the things that stop me going completely crazy are emails, particularly the amusing ones, and also watching Trevor Noah on YouTube. He's brilliant taking off Trump.
Is he?
Yeah, and also you're the one that keeps me going. I wish you were more on. I wish you were more on. For more than 6 hours a week.
You wish I was not a moron? Is that what you were going to say?
I wish you were more on air than 6 hours a week, not a moron. Well, that's what I mean. I love your sense of humour. That's the only thing that keeps.
Well, thanks a lot, Leslie. Let me remind you. This is a good point to remind everybody of the podcasts that I do. There's a podcast that I do myself. It's the best of this show, taken from way back before when wearing a mask in public did not mean that you were robbing a bank. I've got that the wrong way around, but you know what I mean. And so that's called the Nick Abbott Habit. And then I also do one with Carol McGiffin, which is really good.
Oh, right, yeah.
Carol McGiffin is funny.
Oh, right, yeah.
And we do a podcast called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And I think you'll find it a right laugh.
Right, well, I just wondered how your other listeners were coping, but I'm hoping that when they eventually find the keys to the padlocks, that they will have evening classes for socialising.
Yeah, for talking to people again. We'll have to relearn our social skills.
That's right.
Fortunately, I don't have any, so nothing to learn, nothing to relearn there.
Of course you have. So you're one of the few people that really keeps me going with your great sense of humour.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say that, Leslie, and I wish you all the best. 0345 6060 973. Pete says, watch the Stampede to get to Primark on Monday. If people drive 200 miles to McDonald's, they'll be rabid for retail therapy. I did go by, this is like last week when I was coming in, I was just driving along, minding my own affairs, and at the lights, I joined a queue of traffic in a place that there isn't normally a queue of traffic. And they didn't go anywhere, and the lights changed. And I thought about beeping my horn. But then I remembered that only morons lean on their horn all the time, so I just waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and then it occurred to me that these people aren't waiting at the lights. They're in a queue. They were queuing for a fast food meal. And I thought, what the hell are you doing that for? Isn't that just the kind of food that you eat in desperation when you're out and you haven't got very much money or very much time, and it's just a refuel? You're actually queuing, you're spending time, your engine's running. Are you insane? Some of the things that occurred to me. But yeah, you're right. If people are queuing for a fast food, then I guess they will go berserk when the Primark opens its doors. Isn't the Primark one of those companies that said, we're not doing a sale, All you people are expecting 100% discounts, but we're not doing that. I don't think any shops should. Skip the sales this summer. I mean, the clothes industry is completely insane. Hang on. I've just sprayed everything in here with my germs. Yeah, sorry about that. I do apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
I screwed up. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, he doesn't know either. He's not even blooming well listening. We've only got one person on this show, and he's not even blooming well listening to this show. He's in there listening to Classic FM, for crying out loud. I know it's relaxing. I was talking about, fashion in general. It is completely insane. The thing that you buy this week, they will tell you with a straight face that you look ridiculous in it next week. You've got to buy something else now. Preposterous. It's the most wasteful business on earth, and it should stop doing what it's doing right now. I mean it. And a good place to start would be this summer. Don't put this summer's clothes on sale just because nobody's been in a store and they haven't bought them. Have them next summer. No one's going to notice the difference, are they? I mean, Giorgio Armani says that you can't wear black this year, it's got to be white. Or you can't wear green, it's got to be pink. But if he said that next year, you wouldn't think he was any more unhinged. Just sell it next year. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Natasha says... Oh, there's a statue thing. I might get into that later. Norfolk, Alan.
Oh, hi, Nick. How's your knees these days?
My knees, well, they could be better because I have not been exercising during the lockdown, like, at all. Yeah. I did it once, and I hurt my elbow, and I also hurt my knee doing some, one of these videos that PE teachers do on the internet.
Yeah, well, I haven't spoken to you for a few years. Last time I spoke to you, I was saying about the joys of flaxseed oil, which I still recommend.
Oh, yeah.
When I was a black cab driver in London. I've since retired and moved to Norfolk, and I live in a very idyllic situation. But even having said that, going to the local supermarkets is an absolute mare. I'm absolutely sick and tired of all this nonsense of... how can I put it? I do respect all the social distancing stuff.
Yeah,
not because I'm scared, but I do it out of respect to the other people.
Right.
But you see the nonsensical stuff where you put the stuff on a conveyor belt and you have to stay so far apart, and then when you get the stuff off at the other end, and you're even closer to the person. So that novel is worn off to the point where I don't go shopping anymore. My missus goes shopping.
Oh, that's nice.
Because
when you're at the checkout, sometimes there'll be an invigilator who will insist that you wait about 8 feet away while somebody's shopping gets done on the travelator, and then
I'm going to talk over you.
Well, you are talking over me.
Well, I apologise for that, but I'm just trying to say that the guy. What happened today in Waitrose, he came right up to me and said, "Oh, can you stand behind that yellow line?"
Yeah.
Of course I can, sir. No problem at all. So that's what you do. And then when you go on the other side, you're even closer to the woman there. But anyway, that aside...
Yeah, no, but that's got nothing to do with what I was talking about. What I was saying was that some inspector will tell you to wait 6 feet away while you watch somebody else's shopping entirely disappear from the travelator, and then you get to go up and put your stuff on. But, of course, they start checking you out before you've emptied your trolley. So your food is piling up on the other side. It is a nightmare.
Correct. All correct. Like I say, I haven't phoned you up to argue with you. I've phoned you up to agree with you, but how nonsensical it was.
Yeah.
And to make the point that if they was to wave this magic wand to say, you can go to the pub tomorrow, I won't. Not because I'm scared, because I'm so... I won't say the word because it's not... But it begins with P and it ends with off, where you have to queue to get a drink and everyone looks at each other.
Right. Well, I won't go into the pub tomorrow because they charge £5 a pint. That's the reason I'm not going to go into a pub. How does beer cost £5 a pint, by the way?
Well, I think everything's going to go up. I think all prices are going to go up anyway. But I'm quite happy to take... I've got a dog, a lovely border collie, and I look after a greyhound, and occasionally, and I'll go to the park.
Occasionally? That's a bizarre situation you've got going on there.
Well,
you occasionally have a dog? What, every now and again?
Well, we look after it because the guy's not in the best of health. Right. And by the way, he's having a party this weekend for all his neighbours.
Is that wise? No.
Well, who knows what's wise? I mean, what scientists... It's choose your facts. Don't you think?
Choose your scientist, more like.
Exactly right.
All right. Yeah, Alan, I've got a... Chris texts, tell the lady that I was just talking to that received the letter telling her to stay indoors. She is allowed to go out to Barnard Castle. Well, that is true, but only if you're wearing a beanie hat. Those are the rules. York, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Jan.
You all right?
I'm feeling fine. Thanks for asking.
Pardon?
Yes, fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you very much.
Oh, okay, then.
Just about shopping.
Yeah.
I don't really fancy going shopping anymore.
No.
Queuing at the door. sanitising your hands before you go in.
Yeah.
You can't touch anything.
No.
God, can
Awful.
you imagine it?
Yeah, dreadful. I mean, the only people who's going to, like I said before, the only people that are going to win are the people that have giant internet sites, as in the Jeff Bezos, the world's richest person, who doesn't know what to do with his money now, such that he's taken up the world's most expensive hobby.
Yeah.
Going into space.
Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, my brother-in-law tells me off for buying so much online, but it's going to be even more in the future, I think, don't you?
Every day is like your birthday, isn't it?
Yes.
A present comes up your driveway.
That's right, yeah. Yeah. You say you've been enjoying lockdown.
Well, I know you're not supposed to say that, and I feel guilty saying it, but yeah, I have actually, yeah. Because of the weather. The weather's been just fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful. I feel guilty because I've been quite enjoying it, really.
Right, what have you been enjoying about it?
Well, everything, really.
Everything?
Yeah.
Everything?
The weather.
Yeah.
Being in the garden.
Mm-hmm. The flora and the fauna.
Right.
That.
It's been beautiful.
Apart from the last week or so. Last week has been your typical British summer week, and I've had enough of it. But I think it's going to be much, much better next week. I don't have the full weather forecast, but I think we can expect it to be much improved.
Well, it can't be any worse than today, really.
Well, yeah, it could. It could be snowing. You kidding?
Well, yes.
Don't you remember that day that year that it snowed on June the 1st?
No.
You don't remember that?
No. What year was that?
I don't know. I can't remember. But I do remember that it did snow on June the 1st. I was living in Edinburgh at the time, so maybe
not Glasgow.
No.
Anyway, Nick, I only discovered you about 6 months ago.
Are you kidding? I've been over here all the time.
Listen. So I'm catching up on all your podcasts.
You're playing catch-up?
Yeah, I am. And they're brilliant. I can recommend them to anyone.
Well, thanks, Joan.
That's all right.
You can get them where you find good podcasts. I recommend that you download Global Player, which is the app that we got here. That's got everything that we do on here. It's got
I've done that.
Capital FM and Classic FM. It's got Heart. And I've just run out. It's got LBC.
You're speaking to the converted. I've done all that.
And all of that stuff, and loads and loads and boatloads of podcasts, in amongst which you'll find mine.
Yeah.
Do a search on my name in that app, and all three will become apparent.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm working my way through them all.
Well, that's lovely to hear. That's very nice of you to do that, and I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Jan.
Okay.
Tara, 0345 6060 973. David in Teddington says, I'm planning to initiate a protest about not having to wear PPE on public transport. Do you think I'd be hypocritical if I wore a hazmat suit on the demonstration march? A little bit, yeah. Boreham Wood. Joe.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for letting me in again.
Good, thanks.
Nice speaking to you. You're a great presenter.
Cheers, Joe.
Well, I agree with you exactly what you're saying. The business side of this country is going down and down, and people are frightened to go shopping.
Yeah.
This and that. I agree with everything that you said. And I'd like to ask your opinion of what you think should be done about it.
Well, I think that we should get into a time machine and go back and do Sweden. I know that that's a controversial thing to say because Sweden has not emerged from this unscathed, but they're less scathed than we are.
Yeah, I agree, because I went to my pharmacist today to pick up some...
drugs?
Tablets for my Parkinson's.
Right.
And I noticed the girls there, the ladies there, are all in their gears, protecting themselves, and they're scared.
They're scared?
You know, obviously they've got every right to, but I think that Boris Johnson is not really paying too much attention to the business side of it. I mean, I think we're being too safe with this virus.
Well, I don't think his approach has been criticised for being too safe up to this point. So we're in new territory here, Joe.
Because we don't even know if this virus. I mean, we might be exaggerating as such, even though a lot of deaths of poor people have died out of it. We don't. The telling time is going to be in the summer, end of summer, September time, when we see this virus, if it disappears or not.
I think that the historians of the future will look back at this and call it the biggest overreaction to anything in history.
Yeah, you could be right there, because, this 2 metre lark, I don't think it's going to work, because I went into the chemist today, and a mother brought in a daughter into a chemist, and rather than going to a doctor, and I was a little bit frightened, and the people were, and then she shouted out that her daughter's got a rash. She must have been about 6 or 7. Now,
she shouted that?
Yeah, she's scared, going up to the counter asking the pharmacist what to do when she should be going to hospital or the doctor. Because a rash is a symptom of a...
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? A rash?
A rash. You've got a rash on half of the part of your body.
Right.
It's a symptom of the virus.
Well, I did not know that.
Yeah, so, people are scared today to go into shops. I mean, the protective measures are not just being met. I mean, no one abides by them. I mean, it's very hard if you're going to grab a toothpaste and someone's behind you and you've got to keep 2 metres away from them. How are you going to reach for the toothpaste?
There was this survey that came out that said... There was a survey that came out that said something of the... I can't remember if it was a third or two-thirds. Doesn't really matter. And an enormous number of people aren't now concerned about getting the virus. I think it's just because that we've been living with the possibility of it for so long that people who haven't got it yet, they just... it just goes from their mind, the possibility that they might get it.
What I think I think it's an immunity because, in 2019... I came home one night and I had a headache and I got sick for about 2 hours. And what else did I had? I felt dizzy and faint.
Mm-hmm. But not in a good way.
In the morning. And I thought I had the virus. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I had it. And I mean, you know...
Yeah, my experience was exactly the same. A couple of months ago.
And a lot of people, I think, have got that now. You know, this virus, if you've got immunity to it, you're obviously not.
Unfortunately, nobody knows whether they got immunity to it because we aren't being tested. I haven't been tested. I bet you haven't been tested. Nobody knows. No one I know has been tested.
Sorry to interrupt you.
But you are interrupting me.
The other thing is this testing business. You know, you get tested, and after you get tested, you can catch it again. So what's the use of having a test?
We don't know that. That is not
when
been.
Will we know?
That is we don't know that either. Nobody knows anything about it. We've been living with it for the best part of 5 months now, and we still don't know pretty much anything about it. Anyway, I wish you all the best and all the best for your parrot or whatever that was chirping in the background. 0345 6060 973. David in Stoke says. The government has said that large groups of people of 6 or more are not advised, and the police will intervene and possible arrests or fines. So why the hell are the government allowing these bleeping protest marches to take place in large cities all over the country? Makes me really angry, says David in Stoke-on-Trent. Well, just let it all wash over you, David. I mean, it's, getting angry about it ain't going to make no difference one way or the other, is it? Just relax, man. Switch off your mind, relax and float downstream. That's what I recommend. That's my best advice to you. Try it. You might like it.
Yowza.
Natasha says... Oh, no, that's a statue thing. I might get to that in a while. There's plenty of time for statues. Don't you worry about that. Let's have... Oh, God. Does this one not work now? My sound effects screen doesn't work, and now this one doesn't work. Is it me? I think it's me. I come into a studio and everything, all the equipment looks at me and just thinks, nah. It just refuses to work. Okay, so I've got 2 screens that don't work now. But, you know...
Is this Nick right?
You know, I read something today that suggested that the lockdown was completely unnecessary. That if we had only paid attention to the information that we had at our fingertips, then we would have avoided all of this mess. Not necessarily do as Sweden, but something along those lines. And the information that we needed to make that decision was available to us. It's just that we didn't pay any attention to it. Probably because people were, freaking out, I expect. That was the order of the day. Everybody was being blown about by the winds of fury and panic. And we decided to go into this, well, it was decided for us to go into this lockdown. It might not necessarily have been necessary. Necessarily necessary. 0345 6060 973. Oldbury, Ranjit.
Nick, how are you?
Great, mate.
Okay, I just love the uneducated people. I just love them. Yeah. Okay. Now, retail therapy, that's what the government is saying. Go and do. Yeah?
Yeah.
You haven't got a pot to pee in, and you're going to go around and you're going to spend all your money on the plastic cards. You're going to go further into debt. What's that about? And then, all these films that they're editing and that, is everybody going to go now and go and buy, DVDs, of the original ones and queue for 8 hours?
Yes.
Up in Birmingham, there was a refuse tip. This woman allegedly queued up for 4 hours to throw coat hangers away. What's that about? Are these people just... sorry to have a moan, yeah? I'm on about...
Wait a minute, back up. She queued for 4 hours to throw coat hangers away.
Yes, right.
What kind of coat hangers were they?
I think they were probably going to go off, and they probably had a sell-by date on it. It probably was going to smell or something. Right. I don't know. I heard it on one of the local radio stations. Right? People have been queuing up outside fast food restaurants for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And then we're supposed to be a nation of intelligent people.
Are we?
Right.
Where is the evidence to suggest that that's true?
That's why the orange man goes, I love the uneducated people.
Yeah.
Right? And we're becoming more and more like them people. Why? I just don't understand. Why would you want to, going back to the coat hanger thing, why would you want to do that? Now, if you've got no money left, why on Monday are you going to go and buy stuff?
Thing is, if you don't have any money left, then it doesn't make any sense to go out bashing down the plastic, spending money you haven't got on things you don't need. But a lot of people do have actually more money than they did before, because the older you are and the more well off you are, the more likely you are to have had a fine COVID experience up to this point. Because white-collar workers are more likely to be able to work at home. If you work in a factory, you've got to actually go to the factory. If you're a driver, you've got to go to the van or the car that you work in. But if you're an accountant or you're a lawyer, then you would be able to work at home. So the disproportionate distribution of wealth. I'm not really. My mind's not really lined up at the moment. But the distribution of wealth is going to get worse in this country because of this virus. Because those who have less are being more impacted by the consequences, and those who have more, they're just sailing through it. They're spending less and they're earning the same. They're paying off their debts, and their money is piling up. So those people will want to go and spend their money, but they won't necessarily want to go to a shop and spend it.
Nick, I'm going to slightly... I agree with most of what you normally say. Do you think that your local accountant or your local solicitor that's been working from home and earning thousands and thousands of pounds, is he going to queue up or she going to queue up 4 hours to throw hangers away at a tip, 4 hours waiting to buy a pair of shorts? No, they're not. It's the everyday people like, I'm not going to. Them are the people who have not got anything. Them are the ones that are going to get themselves into more debt, and make money like a pyramid for the people at the top. What I want the people at the bottom to understand is we're all being manipulated by all the politicians all over the world, And then you go into conspiracy theories, which I don't want to go to be on it all night, But come on, the money's floating to the top. What's the matter with these people? Retail therapy, is your local shop assistant on a minimum wage going to give you some therapy? Nick, what's the matter with you, mate? You've been away for 9 weeks, mate. Are you feeling all right? Look, I'm going to sell you this pair of Speedos. And you say, well, I can't really swim. Well, you can have these Speedos, right, which is skin tight, yeah?
Yeah, please.
And he's going to help you.
Oh, stop talking about Speedos. Oh, I feel like I'm feeling bilious just thinking about it.
And you're going to be aerodynamic in the water. You're saying, for God's sake, I've never been in the water other than having a bath. No, mate, you can have these goggles at the same time, and before you know it,
I think
you've walked out, and you're into debt.
Yeah, buying Speedos?
For whatever you're going to buy, or it used to be a flat screen TV, but we're not going to, I'm not going to.
Yeah, all TVs are flat screen now. Just say TV.
Just say TV. Yeah. I mean, it used to be okay to get on the TV before, but you can't get on a flat TV. You can't balance, can you?
Oh. You should have quit while you were ahead. Thanks a lot, Ranjit. Just a couple of sentences too much. Oh, well, never mind. Better luck next time. Retail therapy is completely understandable. People get a little squirt of pleasure juice all round their brains when they buy something, but it doesn't last for very long. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of fast fashion. It doesn't cost very much. You still get that same squirt when you hand your plastic over and you walk out the shop, but because it's cheap rubbish, you don't wear it. All you do is you buy something that was probably nailed together by some child labourer beavering away in a windowless hellhole in the Far East. But you're not remotely interested in the welfare of the people that make the shirt. You just care that it costs £1.50. And it gives you a little bit of pleasure when you buy it, and then you throw it in the bottom of your cupboard and you never wear it. Ever. That's the business model of fast fashion. It's rubbish. Stop buying it. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it's an excellent way to spend your pay. One of the things that should come out of this is that we buy less stuff we don't need with money we haven't got. I mean, this obsession with buying things just for the little pleasure it gives us when we do purchase it, it's ruinous to the world, apart from anything else. I mean, particularly clothes. The clothing business is one of the most destructive on earth. I don't know that this is true, but I'm going to say it as though it's a fact. It's second in its destructive qualities to fossil fuels. All you have to do is say it out loud and it becomes true. I bet that's not too far off. I bet there aren't many industries that are more destructive to the planet than the clothing industry. Oil, maybe. Coal, certainly. But then you start to run out. Plastics, perhaps. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Saeed. Kent, Saeed.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
A friend of mine called Richard put me onto LBC.
Yes.
And I think it's a wonderful show. And you talk a lot of sense. I wanted to bring one very particular point up regarding, the 2008 when we had the terrible time when the government helped the banks out?
Yes.
Now, my point is this. The banks set aside millions and billions of pounds. Mm-hmm. So why don't the government get hold of the unclaimed money and give it to the nurses, increase their wages, and use it for things that are very important at present?
Because we voted twice for a party who was dead set against raising the wages of nurses. We've made that decision twice already. We were asked whether we approved of the way in which the Conservative Party were handling the NHS, and we declared ourselves delighted twice.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh my goodness. And the other point, oh dear, yes, you said earlier on you couldn't remember when we had the June the 1st winter. It was 1963.
1963.
Yeah, because I came to England.
That's not true. Well, it may be true, but that's not the year that I'm thinking of.
Oh, well, I came to England in 1962 in November.
Yeah.
And I remember that year. It was really very, very cold. I'm not positive, but half and half. I think it was until 1963 anyway.
Half and half. Well, you're about 60% sure. Half and half. That's about right, isn't it?
Yeah. And the other thing I was going to say, Nick, is these masks, they tell us that we have to wear masks or face coverings, they call them.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the government, and I sent a text to the BBC, why doesn't the government just issue them free of charge, the masks? It doesn't cost that much money. Surely they can't be that stingy, can they?
Yes, and it's the getting them part what's proved to be the problem up till now. It's not the cost of them, it's the getting them part.
Yeah, well, my local pharmacist, I went there and I got one for £1.25.
Well, there you go.
So I can't understand how they can't get them. They're all over the place. It's just incredible, absolutely incredible what the government are doing. I mean, don't get me wrong. The fact is this: if we I'm changing the subject again.
Oh no!
If we lock down in January, right, which we did not do,
right,
lives would have been saved. Correct or incorrect?
Well, perhaps. But it could have been. But you see, it's not completely. It's not just a one-sided equation. The longer you lock down, the worse the hit to the economy, with everything that goes with that. People are going to die because of the broken economy. People died in excess numbers over the 10 years of austerity because of all the things that went with that. And so the longer the economy locks down, then the more negative the effects are going to be on people for a really long period of time. I mean, if it's taken us 10 years to supposedly get out from underneath the mountain of debt that was caused by the last recession, the banking recession that you referred to, and at the end of those 10 years, after all that austerity, we owed more as a country than before, then what is it going to be like this time around, where it's actually, it's at least twice as bad? So there's going to be deaths. It's just that they won't be associated with the virus. They'll be associated with the economic consequence of us being locked down.
Absolutely. And the thing is this, it's going to take us years to repay that. I mean, Boris Johnson was saying today, we are hopeful and we're going to hopefully get out of the mess. No, it's going to take years and years.
Well, decades, I would imagine. Decades.
Absolutely. At the moment, it's 20.5 GDP. This is just, I mean, I don't know what land they're on. I can't understand their thinking. I cannot think what the hell they're talking about. And when they have all these daily updates, right?
Yeah.
Don't put the politician, put the professors and all these clinicians and all these people who know the job.
Well, yeah, but the problem with that is that they might actually tell us what they think.
Warning, warning.
And so they will speak unfiltered thoughts to the general public, which is not what politicians want at all. They want to be able to hide behind, we're just following the science, without us actually hearing from the scientists.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot. Anyway.
Lovely to talk to you.
Absolutely.
I wish you well.
I wish you well. Wish you well. I wish you well-er. So there. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Saeed. 0345 6060 973. You know, as I mentioned before, there may have been no need to lock down at all. And I'll come to that in...
This is absolute tosh.
People have got to self-isolate for 2 weeks before they meet Rootin' Tootin' Shootin' Putin. And of course, if by some chance they infect him afterwards, then they'll be self-isolating in concrete under a bridge. Yes, it's just completely normal. Glenn in Tipton says, we can go shopping again on Monday, but you will be encouraged to avoid handling products whilst browsing. Yeah, don't put your sticky fingers all over them.
Disgusting.
He says, you will have to stay 2 metres away from everybody, use hand sanitizer as you enter the premises, shop alone where possible, join a queue management or one-way flow system when you get into the shop. Why bother, he says. I just don't think the shops are going to be a thing anymore. How can they be? Lynn says, Nick, I expect more people have had the virus than we think. My neighbour had a blood test at the hospital where she works and found she has antibodies after she was ill in February. Yeah, I think that I've had it already, but I don't know. I bet you think there's a possibility that you've had it already, but you don't know either. I mean, is anybody actually getting any tests? I know they keep telling us we're doing all these tests, don't worry about it, we're all over it. We may seem to be chaotic and not know what we're doing, but we're really all over it.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It doesn't exactly make you brim with confidence, does it?
No.
Hugo says, "You're right when you say that we will look back on this epidemic in years to come, and it will be perceived as a ridiculous overreaction, much like the ozone layer, Chernobyl, the millennium bug, volcanoes in Iceland, the list goes on." Well, I don't think you could overreact to Chernobyl, and particularly if you lived there. The millennium bug, yes. That did turn out to be a giant big nothing. Volcanoes in Iceland. Well, the most difficult thing about the volcano in Iceland, of course, was pronouncing it. The age of But here is, would you like to know about maths?
Negative.
Here is a study in mathematics.
Boring.
Britain's coronavirus outbreak may have been under control before lockdown was enforced. This is according to a study that throws into question whether the measures were ever needed. Data modelling by a mathematician at Bristol University suggests that the spread of COVID-19 throughout the UK had peaked days before Bozo the Clown introduced the lockdown. A growing body of data indicates that the average COVID-19 victim dies 23 days after being infected. Now, the darkest days of the UK's outbreak were on April the 18th and the 9th. April the 8th and the 9th, rather, when more than 2,000 people passed away from the virus. Professor Simon Wood believes that most of these patients were infected between March the 18th and the 19th, which is 23 days earlier, and 5 days before the country locked down. So if it peaked April 8th and 9th, and the patients, which meant that the patients were infected March the 18th and the 19th, and that was the peak of the infection, and that was 5 days before the country locked down, then things were getting better anyway. We might have been saved all of this. Professor Simon says that banning large gatherings and telling people to keep 2 metres apart would have been sufficient to keep the virus under control. We didn't necessarily have to spend the last 2 months, which seems like 2 years, locked inside. We could have done as Sweden, and the result would have been the exact same as what we've got now. Or better. Because, like I said, it's not just the deaths from the virus itself that are the problem, it's the deaths from the consequence of our actions in fighting the virus that may be a longer and bigger problem. So that's something to throw into the mix, really, to what when you think about what it is that we've done. If it does appear that people get the virus 23 days before falling victim to it, and if on March the 18th and 19th, no, wait, I'm getting confused. If the darkest days of the outbreak were 8th and 9th of April, which that would mean that people were infected on March the 18th and the 19th, and that was the peak. But it peaked 5 days before the country locked down. So we might not have had to do this at all because it was naturally peaking anyway. Now, there is a table of confirmed deaths per million. This is in Europe. The best of the best, Norway. Oh, always so perfect. Norway, 45.54 deaths per million people in Norway. Followed by Finland. It's always the same people, isn't it? Always blooming Finland and Norway, right at the top of the perfect list. Right at the tip-toppermost. Followed by Romania and then Austria. This is the best to the worst. Deaths per million. So, Norway first, Finland second, Romania third, Austria, then Denmark, of course, then Germany, Portugal, then Switzerland, then the Netherlands, then Ireland, then France, and then Sweden. Hey, we haven't shown up yet, and Sweden's on this list already. They've done better out of this than we have. And then Italy. Italy did better than we did. and then Spain, and then us. The only country that's got a worse statistic than us is Belgium. But that's because Belgium counts suspected coronavirus deaths in their figures. No other country does that. Only confirmed coronavirus deaths. So that's why Belgium's figure is so big. So let's take Belgium out of the equation, because they count their deaths more, generously is probably not the right word, but in respect of the numbers that are associated with the virus, they're more loose in their interpretation. So if you take Belgium out, because of the unique way in which they count, we're the worst. By a long margin. So whatever it is that we've done seems to be wrong in every count, because we also hit more badly, economically speaking, than any other country, I think, in the world. Didn't that come out today? So we've had more deaths, and the hit to the economy is worse. You'd have to say that we have had the worst answer to this problem of any country on earth. These numbers, by the way, collected by Johns Hopkins University, a source that manually checks the data with domestic health authorities. But that is alarming. If only we'd just done nothing, we could have done better than we've done already. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Nick.
Jane.
Shopping.
Shopping.
After all this horrible stuff, right, I bet loads and loads of people are looking forward to going to the shops, especially the seaside shops.
What?
They are just lovely. You don't go to the seaside much, do you?
I do. Every year I go at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
Yeah.
What
maybe
seaside
not
shops are you
enough.
talking about?
Just all the little shops that line it on the back streets. Herne Bay is a favourite. I love Herne Bay shops and Whitstable.
Yeah, but shops selling what?
Like gift shops and...
Are you talking about rock? Are you talking about seaside rock? That stuff? Postcards?
Yes.
Kiss Me Quick hats?
That and all. You know, different shops.
Yeah.
They're really, really nice. Mind you, I don't
think
on
so.
clothes, because I wear a uniform. It saved me a fortune over the years.
A uniform?
Having to wear yes.
What kind of a
uniform? I told you. Just very, very plain.
A plain uniform?
A plain
But what kind of a uniform? What do you do?
I'm a coach driver. I told you before.
I don't listen to this show. I told you before. Are you kidding? Don't pay attention to what happens on this show. The host is an idiot. No one should listen to this show.
It's a lovely show, it really is. But, you know, it's really hit me hard. You know, like I'm used to getting up at 4:30 in the morning, having my porridge and peaches out, you know, and driving, you know, a couple of 100 miles, and then all of a sudden...
Yeah, all that's gone.
Stop.
Yeah.
You know...
That probably won't start up again, will it? I mean, packing people, mostly old people, into a coach doesn't seem like a very good idea. Not now, not ever, never.
It's school children and tourists, see? It's mostly tourists.
Right.
And they're not coming on the planes, are they?
No. Tourists, we're sadly saying bye-bye to tourists. Yeah, they won't be here any longer.
Mind you, there is the home market. You know, I know loads of people, they have 2 holidays abroad every year, and they've never been anywhere really around England. And England, as I said, it's got 7,700 miles of coastline. Even that in itself is absolutely, with the shops.
Shops? You're obsessed with shops by the seaside. Shops by the seaside are just the same as any other kind of shops, aren't they?
And then you've got all the villages, and you know, and they've all got these lovely shops, is you know.
Nobody wants to go to a shop anymore. Shops are dead. They're over.
I've never bought. I don't think so. I've never bought anything online, Nick. Never, ever.
Rubbish.
And I never. I don't know how, and I never shall. And I bet there's a lot of people like me.
I bet you're the only person in the whole world that's like you. I bet that's true.
No, we like shops.
Yeah. No, shops are over. They're dead.
Don't say that, Nick. They're not going to be over. There's no way they're going to be. Cause
shops are over. Restaurants are over. Cinemas are over. Theatres are done. Our entire way of life is finished just because we got locked down by this massive overreaction to a thing that was killing almost nobody at all. I mean, as far as to put it in perspective, almost no one at all. Particularly nobody who was young. I mean, the death rate for young people is infinitesimally small.
They certainly messed up, didn't they?
Big time. They seem to have screwed up everything that they could possibly have screwed up. Yeah. If it could go wrong, it did go wrong. An international think tank warned that the UK faces the biggest hit from coronavirus of any major economy.
Well, anyway, it's lovely driving to the seaside, and the shops are wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll get the wheels turning, Nick, and we'll get those planes flying.
Right. Okay. An international think tank. This is it's like embarrassment to pile on embarrassment. Could it get any worse? An international think tank warned that the UK faces the biggest hit from coronavirus of any major economy. We are number one, top of the chart, leading the hit parade, the best, worst country in the world. Not now, inappropriate. The OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, predicts that the GDP will nosedive by 11.5% this year. What? 11.5%. And to put that into perspective, GDP, gross domestic product, a measure of the money we make as a country, dropped by 2.6% in the worst quarter of the recession of 2007-8. It's going to go down by 11.5%. The worst recession in memory was 2.6%. And that took 10 years of austerity to supposedly deal with the fallout from that, after which we owed more money than we did before. It was the deepest recession since the Second World War, and this looks like being 5 times as bad. I mean, the crash could be even worse if there's a second peak of the disease, with output likely to be down 14% overall in 2020. And if that doesn't sound bad, just think if I knocked on your door and asked for 14% of all of your stuff. I'd be met with a stern response, I bet. But it's worse than that, because if you plot a line from where the country was going before the recession of 2007, and you see where we would have been without that downturn, the IFS reckon that we were 11% poorer than we were 10 years ago. 11% poorer than where we would have been without the recession of 2007. I mean, earnings dropped 3%. But if you plot where they would have been without the recession, earnings were 13% lower than they would have been. And this grim picture is in line with the Bank of England's fears about the worst recession in 300 years. Not since the Thames had ice on it thick enough to hold fares on it, and birds froze while they were flying and dropped out of the air. That's true. That actually happened. We're not going to have a recession, or we are rather going to have a recession that hasn't been seen since that. There's pictures in the National Gallery of ice fares on the Thames, which you can't see, of course, because it's shut. We're looking at a recession worse than the mini ice age of 300 years ago. It doesn't feel like that yet, because we are still kind of locked away. Only when we come out of our bunkers, out of our little holes in the ground, will we realise the devastation that has been wrought upon us. The body says that the world's GDP is set to contract by 6%, and if the COVID-19 hit again in winter, it would be 7.6%. The recession that started in 2007 let the world's GDP drop by 4.3%. What we're about to look at is 7.6% drop in the world's ability to make money. In this country, it's going to be significantly worse than Canada, Germany, the US, and Japan, where the fall should stay in single digits. In this country, it's going to be 11% or more. And it's because of the services sector, which is what we rely on the most, which a lot of it is based on cramming people together. Hospitality, tourism, retail, and financial services, and that whole financial finagling racket. The services sector makes up about 3/4 of our GDP. Well, partly because we don't make much here anymore, and what we do make is by and large for foreign companies, because we don't shop patriotically. I keep mentioning this over and over again. We think we're a patriotic country, but we don't. If we were a patriotic country, we'd buy British. Do we buy British?
No.
No, of course not. We buy based on price and convenience, which means Chinese and online. The OECD, Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, Chief Economist Lawrence said by the end of 2021, the loss of income exceeds that of any previous recession over the last 100 years outside wartime, with dire and long-lasting consequences for people, firms, and governments. Correct. It's not just the virus itself that's going to kill people, it's our reaction to the virus that's going to kill people. And it may end up killing more people than the virus itself. And so we're back to, is the cure worse than the disease? Because all of that, all this loss of income, the unemployment and the businesses crashing and people's futures going up in smoke and all the rest of it, they all has consequences. And it all means excess deaths, excess misery, futures ruined, and everything that goes with that. And so we're back to, would it have been better to do a Sweden? I mean, they haven't suffered more deaths than we have. And their internal economy hasn't been devastated like ours. And crucially, it's going to be easier to restart everything in Sweden because it didn't shut down in the first place. They didn't close their restaurants and their bars. I don't think, even close their cinemas and theatres. I actually, on the way here, I saw some people outside a bar, hanging about, having a beverage. And I thought, God, that's weird. What are they doing? And then I remembered, oh yeah, that's how we used to live. And the Chancellor Rishi Sunak went to John Lewis for a photo call to encourage us out of our shells on Monday when the shops throw open their doors, hoping for some financial relief, but expecting little of it, I bet. Rishi Sunak said, last month we set out a clear plan to reopen our country slowly, and today we're at the next stage of that plan, where next week we'll be able to open the shops again in our country. Plan. Does anybody think they got a plan?
No.
Plan. He said, and that's because they've met the 5 tests that they set out. Have they?
Negative.
I don't think so. I mean, to remind you, the 5 tests are, 1, making sure the NHS can cope. Well, it couldn't. The NHS was shut down. We haven't had a health service for months. We've had a virus-fighting service. Pretty much everything else was stopped. So that refrain that you hear over and over again, oh, well, the NHS coped marvellously. No, it didn't. The NHS was closed. Number 2 is a sustained and consistent fall in the daily death rate. Well, it is falling from the high of a couple of months ago. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. 3, the rate of infection falling to manageable levels. Well, what does that mean? Manageable levels. I mean, it's difficult to know what that means. I mean, what does manageable mean? And how do we really know, considering the lack of testing? 4, ensuring the supplies of PPE. Well, you'd think that they'd crack that by now, but somehow I doubt that they have completely. And 5, and this is the big one, being sure any adjustments would not risk a second wave. You can't be sure of that. I mean, South Korea has relaxed the rules on going out, and they're reporting a second wave. I mean, it just makes sense that infections will go up when we go out. Of course they will. They're bound to, unless we get a cure or a vaccine. That's the trouble with the lockdown. You can't easily get out of it. Once you paddle your way up this creek, quite hard to paddle your way out again. This boat's going down. 0345 6060 973. I'll just do some text and emails and get some calls on after the new news. This says, people in fast fashion places treat the clothes like litter. I once saw a member of staff sweeping up T-shirts with a broom. Well, after it had been ravaged, the shop had been ravaged on a Saturday, no doubt. Stop buying that stuff, people. You're killing the planet, and it's not doing you any good. You don't look good in that stuff. Buy less, but better. And thank me later. No, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Steve in Southampton says, just a quick one. I haven't seen my son since February, and I'm planning to go up for his birthday at the beginning of July. Do you think the hotels will be open as that's the only place I can stay? Well, can't you stay with your son? Or is it a surprise? Hello, son. Surprise! Esther in Hackney says, why aren't antibody tests free? Aren't they? Oh, it's getting one that's the problem. I would love to be able to find out whether I've had it or not. It. I think that I've had it, but I'm not sure. A couple of months ago, there was one day I felt a little bit, I had a dicky tummy, and I thought, well, there's going to be explosions both ends, and I don't want to be stuck in a car driving an hour to work and have to, have a personal accident inside the car. So I'll skip a show, which is very unlike me. And I'm pretty sure that it was it, but I can't tell because you can't get a test. I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert on this or anything else for that matter. I've got no idea what I'm talking about. But does it make sense to only test people who look as though they've got the disease? I mean, if you end up in hospital with everything that implies that you have this thing, and those are the only people that you're testing, does that make any sense? Not to me. Shauna in York says, Nick, after shopping for the day, maybe we should self-isolate for 14 days afterwards, just in case. Yeah, that'd stop people spending money they haven't got on stuff they don't need. I love that, well, I didn't love it, but I was amused by the statistic that came out a while ago that I think it was about 80% of people who expressed a preference said that they were fully behind those who come to this country being put in isolation for 14 days. Because they come over here and start spreading their disease. So, yes, stick them inside for 14 days. That'll teach them. And until, I bet, they had that opinion really strongly, until, I bet, they thought, well, hang on a minute. If I go to Spain for my holidays, does that mean that I will be stuck indoors for 14 days? And then I reckon they changed their minds very rapidly. Yeah, it might be it, but we don't know because nobody's being tested. How can they say that the R rate, the rate at which people are reinfected, or, well, you know what the R rate is. I was going to explain it in very brief terms and then tripped over my own face. You know, the R rate, the rate at which it is passed on from one person to another. How can they know with certainty what that number is when they're not testing hardly anybody at all? I don't know anyone that's been tested apart from the guy that I know who works at the NHS. This text says you can buy an antibody test for £90. My son-in-law bought one. Dan in Ipswich says you can buy an antibody test for $59.99. Yeah, but neither of those are... who knows whether they're accurate or not, apart from anything else. I mean, these tests, as far as I'm aware, have a high rate of false negative. If they say that you're positive, that you got it, then or you've had it, then you can pretty much rely that that's right. But you can't rely with certainty on the test if it tells you that you haven't, apparently. Also, if it's a swab test, people will not be able to swab their own selves. They just won't. It's too unpleasant and icky and painful. People aren't going to be able to do it sufficiently vigorously. You're not going to be able to push a thing up your own nose to tickle your brain until your eyes water. Somebody else is going to have to do that for you. Ditto sticking it in your mouth. Bill text, 2,000 years from now, a Tony Robinson equivalent will be excavating the land for relics of a civilization rumoured to have once existed here. 0345 6060 973. Colne. Darren.
Yes, you did. You invaded Poland.
Yes.
What do you think of the censorship of the classic comedy, Nick? Come on, it's
Faulty Towers.
Well, that was Alarm from Faulty Towers,
I know. I'm with John Cleese on this. I think it's ridiculous. People, it's management of TV stations rushing to censor something because somebody has called them up on the phone, or they've emailed, or they just think. In
that same episode, the Major does.
I know.
Say one or two unsavery things, which.
Yes, but the point that I'm making, that John Cleese was making, was that he wasn't celebrating that turn of phrase, nor that thought. He was making fun of the Major.
Yes,
the Major was this bumbling fool.
Which brings me straight to my main point, which is Little Britain. The butt of most of the jokes in Little Britain, don't get me wrong, I didn't used to watch it much, but the bits I did watch, the butts of most of the jokes in Little Britain are the narrow-minded, middle-class, white, English people.
Right, well, I'm qualified to talk about Little Britain because I never saw any of it. I don't find either of those people particularly to my taste.
You will no, it wasn't. It wasn't to my taste, but I did occasionally stumble upon it.
No, I've never seen it.
Two ladies who were portraying what do they call them? They bake cakes all the time and things. A women's institute.
Yeah.
And every time anything foreign were mentioned, they vomited, and and it was basically taking the
mick
out of them.
Mm-hmm. Right. I've got no idea, so I'll take your word for it.
The actual sketch that has caused such outrage was apparently it was a church in England. They did a swap with a church in New York. So of course Matt Lucas, he blacked up and he came over as a New York vicar. Praise the Lord, happy clappy. It was very stereotypical.
Right.
But the joke was the footage actually shows the congregation looking shocked, horrified that this black man can. The joke is on the white people. It was actually highlighting racism in the 90s.
Well, like I said, I don't know. It's not a conversation I can have because I never saw it. But I can have a conversation about Faulty Towers all day long. And the idea that Faulty Towers is something that we should be ashamed of, it's properly ridiculous. It's the funniest programme that's ever been on television.
I can watch it again and again
and again,
and
yes.
You will laugh. Well, but again, I mean, are Spanish people going to be upset or offended because stereotypical...
well, quite possibly. I bet you could find some. Yes, of course, of course.
Yeah. What about Mr. Orley? Mr. Orley, the cowboy Irish builder who built the dodgy wall and
And Faulty was going to insert a large garden gnome in him. Yes, of course.
Let's not mention the flowery... but still.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on the same page, more or less. Okay, here's the story. Everybody must have heard this. Thanks a lot, Darren. Leave it with me. The 1975 episode of Fawlty Towers, the Don't Mention the War episode, is the latest in a series of British programmes to be culled from streaming sites. John Cleese, who played Basil Fawlty, branded the BBC-owned UK TV channel stupid for not realising that The Germans, the name of this particular episode, was mocking the Major's use of the... what's called... Well, you certainly can't say it out loud, but it's the word between M and O. I don't even want to say the particular letter. In fact, that letter should be taken out of the alphabet. Everybody thinks so. Speaking from his home in Los Angeles, I thought he lived in the Turks and Caicos. I thought he lived in some island in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, apparently in LA, maybe he's got a home there too. He said, one of the things I've learned in the last 180 years is that people have a very different sense of humour. Some of them understand that if you put nonsense words into the mouth of someone that you want to make fun of, you're not broadcasting their views, you're making fun of them. Correct, Amundo. He said the Major, the character, was an old fossil left over from decades before. We were not supporting his views, we were making fun of them. If they can't see that, if people are too stupid to see that, what can one say, said John Cleese. I'm with John Cleese on this one. A UK TV spokesperson said the Germans, which also sees Fawlty offend German guests with Second World War references, was removed for review because it contains racial slurs. Now, it's not the only one, of course. There's been a boatload of programmes that have been removed over the last few days, including Gone with the Wind. Oh, God, I sat through that once, and never again.
Boring!
So dull. In fact, it was at Christmas, you know, when these films are wheeled out, and I thought, I'll wait until they say the line, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. This is one of the most famous lines in all of cinema, and I'll wait till he says that, and then I'll leave. Unfortunately, he said it right at the very end. I sat there for 3 hours. Anyway, that's been pulled by, I think, Netflix. Little Britain was removed from Netflix too. iPlayer and BritBox, Ant and Dec issued an apology for impersonating people of colour. Doctor Who is out, one of those episodes. Come Fly With Me, whatever that is. Till Death Us Do Part. Now, but the difference between Till Death Us Do Part, the people that were part of that programme, the writers, I believe, will tell you that they were parodying the opinions of the Alf Garnett character. But whenever I saw it, and when it came out, I was old enough to see it, but it didn't really strike me as being particularly funny. I just thought the guy was repellent, so I didn't watch it. But I got the feeling that people were watching Alf Garnett and thinking, yeah, that's right. They weren't laughing at him, they were laughing with him, which is a big difference from Fawlty Towers, because the Fawlty Towers episode was laughing at the Colonel for being an old buffer, whereas Till Death Us Do Part, I think that people were in agreement with Alf Garnett watching that show. And then there's pretty much everything else that was on TV in the 1970s. That's out too. Love Thy Neighbour, On the Buses, all the Carry On films. I mean, they've all got something that people could object to. But not Fawlty Towers. I mean, come on. You've got to draw the line somewhere. Helen texts, many of us were already isolating 2 weeks before the lockdown. Had we not locked down, the infections would have continued to double every 3 days. We are worst because we didn't truly lock down. Well, not necessarily, Helen, because the statistics indicate that we had peaked a good 2 weeks before the actual lockdown came in. Because there's a delay between getting it and showing symptoms and dying. So that's not necessarily true. Plus, like I keep saying, it's not just dying from the virus that's the thing. It's dying from the consequences of our actions to stem the virus. Jim says, in January, Britain slipped from being the 5th largest economy in the world to the 7th, having been overtaken by France and India. Brazil and Italy are right behind us, says Jim. Really? How embarrassing. And some bloke tweets, shall we keep Faulty Towers because you like it? This is how it goes with you lefties, isn't it? Keep what you like, bin what you don't. Yes, that's right. That is quite right, some bloke. I will be the decider. Here's Luton. Hello, John.
Hello, yeah. How embarrassing. Imagine what everyone thinks about the British government now. I've got to say, you're dead right about it. I mean, to be honest, I have that feeling. A lot of people are saying to me, I don't know if they feel they've been conned, or because we're hearing about Sweden and we're thinking, hang on, that was not a bad idea. Why didn't we do that? You know, that horrible deja vu feeling.
Unfortunately, the government were in two minds. That was their initial reaction. Let's do that. And then they freaked out because they didn't think that it was going to be politically acceptable. And then because they had dithered so long, then to come back down the route and choose another route meant that they locked down too late. If we were going to go through this, we should have gone through it earlier or not at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's that Dominic Cummings behind it.
Yeah, that genius.
I just want to tell you how stupid things are at the moment. It's just practically, right? I was down Luton shopping mall, massive shopping mall. Got a big open area, you know, coffee shop, and there's no walls around it. It's just all it's got. It's just an open area, and so everyone knows it's a coffee shop. So I went down there, and everyone's queuing up to get a takeaway coffee, right? So they've basically done a sort of circle that goes into the seating area. Everyone's got to follow, and you come back out to queue up to get your coffee. Now, I said to the lady, I said, well, bearing in mind it's an open area, what is stopping you numbering the tables? Maybe this is too complicated. Saying, could you go to table number 15, table number, because you can put in probably about 30, 40 people 3 meters apart in the coffee shop. She said, no, we've been told we're not allowed to do that. I said, who by? By the council. I said, ask the council. They said, council, no, we can't. Central government tells us. So common sense. There is no scientific reason why you can't sit down in that coffee shop at all and be protected in exactly the same way. You're more in danger of queuing up. I watch the people queuing up. They're virtually cuddling each other. It's completely and utterly insane. I mean, there was no... Do you see what I mean? I mean, imagine the coffee shop was already open. There's no scientific... But you're not actually adding any scientific protection to people's health by not getting them to sit down in orderly fashion 3 meters apart. We just can't... It's just mad.
The amount of space that is going to be required to keep 2 meters apart from anybody is enormous. I mean, if you think about it, then it just makes almost no shop in the country viable.
No. I mean, you go to Tesco. I talked to a guy at Tesco. I picked up this, click and collect thing, and he's doing the click and collect deliveries. And he said to me, I said, "What do you think about it?" He said, "I said, cut the queues, all these colossal line, all these people queuing up with their prams outside it, or whatever they got, orderly trying to get into the front." And he said, "Yeah, I know, but I think it's your stuff, mate." He said it's a bit of a joke. He said it's a joke, all that stuff over there. Because as soon as they get in, they're all huddled together, grabbing the latest goods they can find. It falls apart immediately as soon as you get inside.
Exactly right. Yeah, the aisles aren't big enough for people to pass each other, being 2 meters apart. They just aren't. I've never been in a supermarket that's got aisles that big. So you're right. We can queue very politely. But once you get inside, then all bets are off.
Yeah, to shout on redundancies and job losses, I mean, taxi drivers, right? Taxi driver kindly took me down to Luton Station 2 days. I went down to London on a deserted train, 2 people on it. And what a waste of can you imagine how much it costs to run that train? And the Piccadilly line down to Barons Court had nobody on it.
Really?
But thankfully, I got to my illegal business meeting, which we had nudge, wink, in someone's flat.
Yes.
So we decided we're not going to toe the line, but don't tell the police that.
No, of course.
But what about? Yeah, I mean, this guy in Luton, he was saying. I asked him, "How's it going?" Obviously, how's it going? He said it is literally devastating in Luton.
Yeah.
Got 300 I mean, literally, he said for every 5 people they normally pick up, they're picking up 1. And literally, their families are literally getting to the point where they're wondering where they are going to get food from.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that serious. And people don't realise taxis need people to be wandering around, either shops or going shopping. And I said, do you feel more encouraged about next week's? He said no, because he's asked people, and he said people are just so terrified of what they're doing, what their finances are, they're going to hold back and not go.
Yeah, this is part of the problem with locking us down in the first place. It's going to be very difficult to persuade people to come back out again, because if you put the fear of God into them, then that's not just going to disappear because the government says everything's all right now, because we know that it's not all right now. Where's the proof that it's all right now? Is everybody been tested? Is every person in the country in receipt of a test? Of course not. The only people that are getting tested, as far as I know, are either those who work in the NHS or those who look like they've got the disease. Where's the sense in that?
Exactly. And I work. I lost my job actually working into France as well, because obviously things fell apart. But basically, I have got another little smaller job. But I know a bit about vaccines, and I can tell you that manufacture of vaccines is a very long process. It's hit and miss. It can take 10 years at
or
least
never
to get a vaccine. So what I get really annoyed is government sort of giving hypes, we're going to get the vaccine. No, you're not, mate. You can get a vaccine, and it can be it's literally hit and miss. Well, they haven't got a vaccine for HIV yet. They haven't got a vaccine for the cold, or one that works significantly well for the flu. I mean, the flu vaccine some years only has a 30% success rate. So, and how long have they been trying to crack that nut? So, yeah, people are hoping for a vaccine or pinning their hopes on a cure. Well, it might not necessarily happen. No, I mean, it makes that. I remember something called Brexit now that nobody talks about.
God, yeah, the B word. Uh-oh.
But I'll tell you what.
You said the B word. Warning.
Warning.
Back off, everybody.
But I do worry about when I hear these sort of areas of media which are like at the very bottom now of the list, and there are a lot of things going on there that are not being debated or talked about at all because it's not important. It's incredibly important. So, but it's all, it's all being brushed under the carpet.
Yeah, well, I see your Brexit, and I raise you climate change. Who's talked about that in months? It's not gone away. It's still coming at us, and it could make this the economic shock from this virus look like a picnic.
I think, one thing for sure, just to finish. The rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer.
Exactly right.
It's sadly right. We're going to go back to some kind of Victorian England, I'm afraid, and so much for progress. I mean, what would you do now if you were PM? Let me put it on the spot, Nick. What would you? I know this is very unfair, but what would you do?
Resign. I'd resign immediately.
With a pint of Guinness in your hand.
That would be my first thought.
Done.
Yes.
Well
all right.
Done.
Thanks a lot, John. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I bet after having wanted this job for his entire life, I bet Boris Johnson isn't finding it to be quite as enjoyable as he expected, eh, Boris?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, not really, no. Oh, well, never mind. 0345 6060 973. Temple, Alistair.
Nick, Fawlty Towers.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. It is one of the best comedy series ever made, and I think John Cleese is absolutely right with what he has said. It's a tiny snippet from the episode of the Germans, and if these people that are taking it off air, I was lucky when I was a child, my parents bought me the videos, and having watched every episode over and over again, I learnt the scripts off by heart.
Yes.
And you can pick excerpts from almost every episode that you would want to take off air. The one that springs to mind is in communication problems with Mrs. Richards. There's another exchange between Basil and the Major,
where they're talking again about someone the Major has been out with, and he refers to
Don't say
her
it.
as Winnie Athol, and Basil's reaction is, well, she's not black. And the Major sort of says, black? Churchill wasn't black, old boy, because the Major's talking about Winston Churchill. You know, it's insane to take it off air. I do know from going back to January this year, when it was shown, I think, on Gold, that the offending section in the episode The Germans was edited out. It didn't feature when it was broadcast.
Right.
But it's a show of its time. Why change history?
Well, you see, this sort of segs into the whole statues thing, and the message that's coming from some people is that, you know, we can't attack these statues. We can't want to have them removed because that would be denying history. But it's a bit different because it's not denying history. It's celebrating the people who are on those plinths.
Absolutely right.
Which is different. Taking those statues down does not deny history. It doesn't rewrite history. It just stops celebrating them. But I mean, there's some things. It's all a judgment call, and there is no rule that you can say, well, it's transgressed this, so it must go. You have to use your. I know there's nothing common about it, but you've got to use your common sense. And I think that Fawlty Towers gets a pass, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It's an institution that will live on for years and years to come.
It is, without question, in my mind, partly because there were only 12 of them.
Yes.
But it is the funniest TV show of all time.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you.
And there are other things that I think you also have to take into account the heart of the person that wrote it and appeared in it. I mean, if they had, if their intent was to portray people in a negative light, if they had evil intent, then yes, then it's understandable that people would want that taken off. If it was just an unremitting diatribe against a certain type of person, then yeah, I get that. But not if your heart's in the right place. And my assumption is that John Cleese's heart was in the right place. I think it gets up. Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it? That the economic hit, which has been caused by us being locked in for a couple of months, means that not just this year is going to be a bad year, next year is going to be a bad year, and the year after that will probably be bad, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. And it could be forever for the rest of our lives. We're trying to dig our way out of this hole. I mean, the financial crisis that was caused by the financial finaglings of the banking racket, that caused us to have 10 years of austerity, after which we owed, as a country, more than at the beginning of those 10 years. So what's this going to be like? Good grief. And all to protect the lives of people. Now, I know that this is a casual way of saying this, and each individual death is a significant and terrible thing for the people who, well, both died and those who know the people who died. But it's not like death is an unknown phenomenon. The overall death rate from COVID-19, 0.6%. That's overall. In children aged 9 and under, it's 0.0016%. Now, in people over 80, it's 7.8%. But you probably, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but so I'll make it up. You would think that in any given year, 7.8% of people over 80 would die. I'll assume that that's correct. Nearly 1 in 5 people over 80 infected with COVID-19 would probably require hospital admission, compared with 1% of people under 30. Which does make you think that maybe the lockdown should have been age-related. 0.04% of 10 to 19-year-olds would probably require hospital care. 0.04%. As would 1% of people in their 20s, 3.4% of people up to 40, 4.3% up to 50, 8.2% up to 60, and so on. So, I don't know, I would be surprised if in future people would look back, not be moved by the emotions of knowing people who have personally suffered from this, just looking at the numbers and the possible outcomes of any given course of action, and think that this was the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I mean, imagine what would happen if this virus mutates to become actually really dangerous. I mean, didn't MERS and SARS, the big things that were, that happened a while ago, weren't they? Didn't they have a fatality rate of something of the order of 30%? What would have happened if this virus had that kind of death rate? Then it perhaps would have made sense to for everybody to stay in, and with good reason that they should stay in. But if the likelihood of somebody under the age of 19 having just a zero, not to die, but to require hospital care, 0.04%. But they had to stay in anyway. Let's have Hong Kong. John.
Oh, hi, Nick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Actually, yeah, you're my alarm call on a Saturday and a Sunday, and I go to sleep listening to the so-called briefing from the British government. I find it's a good sleeping tablet.
Yes, wakey.
Yeah, so I set that on for half an hour, and then I go to sleep, and then I set you for an alarm call in the morning. Anyway, just quickly on Hong Kong, it's almost comparable with London because it's about the same population. It's even more densely populated.
Yeah.
And of course, we'd had the experience. I lived through the SARS thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as there was a whiff of this virus in late January, I got onto the MTR, the tube, which is more densely populated than the London tube, and everybody was wearing a mask. Except me, of course, but then very shortly afterwards I bought a mask because I felt out of place. And I then went to London and I left on the day to go back to Hong Kong on the shutdown in London.
Yeah.
But when I got back to Hong Kong, of course, everybody was wearing a mask. There was no social distancing. Everybody goes out shopping. You're shoulder to shoulder on the MTR. Do you know what the infection rate is here?
Tell me.
We've got 1,080 cases since January. 1,080, not 10,080, 1,080.
Huh.
The total deaths are 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, not 40,000.
What?
And everybody's been wearing a mask. And we're shoulder to shoulder. There's no shopping restrictions. Everybody goes out and in the Mong Kok and the Causeway Bay area, the density is such. Well, everybody said if you were 2 meters apart, half the people would fall into the Victoria Harbour because that's how dense the shopping is.
Right.
You know?
So there was no period in which you were locked down.
The rules are, if you're going out to a restaurant, the tables have to be 1.5 meters apart, and originally it was 4 to a table, and eventually, so that they effectively closed down pure bars, you were had to, if you were 4 at a table, you had to have say a bowl of chips or something. You could only buy alcohol if you had food. But now it's 8 to a table, and but there's no social distancing as far as you've got to be marooned in your house.
Yeah.
If you're over.
Well, what about theatres?
70
cinemas, places like that.
A maximum gathering of 8. But
What, in
most
the whole
of people
cinema?
here think that's no the maximum gathering in theory is 8 people if you're having a meeting or something like that.
Yeah.
But the majority of people here think that that's a political situation, so as to keep the protests down.
Right.
It's a bit difficult to have a protest if there's only 8 of you. You see.
But what about the theatre and the cinema?
Everybody. No, cinemas and theatres are closed.
Closed, right. What about gyms?
Gyms were closed for a period, but they're now all reopened. Hairdressers have never closed because I worked out, having using the hairdressers here, all the tycoons here would suddenly go grey overnight if if they close the hairdressers.
Right.
Whenever you go to the hairdressers to have a haircut, you'll find there's about 20 or 30 tycoons having their hair dyed black. So all these myths that the Asians don't go grey is purely because they all want to look, 20 or 30 even when they're in their 70s. But it's a whole new experience. But to have a death rate of 4, but the point is everybody has been wearing masks. Our government, the UK government's been pussyfooting about with these masks for as long as I can remember, and to say, oh well, a scarf will do, it's ridiculous.
I think that the policy has been determined by less by the science, as they keep telling us, and more by the actual availability of masks.
Yeah, and there's all these different grades of masks. They're saying that the ones for the frontline staff in the health service, a medical mask. But here, I can go out and buy a box of 50 masks for about 20 quid. I could probably get them cheaper, and I could send you 1 million if you wanted, if I could get them on air freight. But air freight's at a premium because there's no passenger flights. But the other interesting thing with Hong Kong is it's got an international airport, and now that is restricted. But it was restricted on the 24th of March, because when I got here on the 26th of March, I was given a bracelet. It was linked to my mobile phone, and I had to go in quarantine for 14 days.
Huh.
But that's, 3 months ago.
Grief.
And
we still haven't started doing that now. I mean, people have been coming into Heathrow, and they interviewed some guy who came in sick and said, "I don't feel very well. I'm going to go, but I'll talk to you later. I'm going on the tube now." So that's great. People are just wandering in ill. Yeah, well, I was quarantined on the 26th of March for 14 days. I had a bracelet which was linked to the mobile phone, so I had to stay in my apartment. And then I had a knock on the door halfway through, and there were like 3 moon men outside, all dressed up in kit, to check that my ID was me, that I hadn't substituted it for somebody else, So they had an effective quarantine system. But the other thing about Hong Kong is the airport is obviously international. There's nowhere else to go. So every flight, every 2 minutes, is an inbound flight from another country, which is very similar to Heathrow. Yes.
Heathrow is the busiest international flight in the world, virtually. I mean, it's not the busiest airport, but
no, not anymore. I mean, there's hardly any
of the
planes taken off there now, and doubly so for Gatwick.
Absolutely.
But no, you're right.
Yeah, but anyway,
how's the protests going, by the way? Just before we're...
Well, the protests are there, but because there's this maximum gathering of 8 people, if more than 8 people of the protesters sit down in the streets, as they did last night in Causeway Bay, the police arrest them, because it's a bit difficult to have 1,000 people of groups of 8 all sitting down in the street that are close to one another, so they have an excuse to arrest people. But I'm not giving the Hong Kong government a pat on the back for its any brownie points for the way they introduced this, because the other interesting thing is that in the first week of February, all the health frontline healthcare nurses staff threatened to strike if they didn't close the border with the mainland, because every day on the mainland there's normally like an interchange of 500,000 people between Hong Kong and China. But anyway, the government didn't want to upset Beijing, so they didn't close the border. Eventually, the health workers did go on strike for 5 days. Still, the government didn't want to close the border. So it's a typical sort of government, reaction. We don't want to make a change. And then eventually, the doctor said, "Oh, we're going to join the health workers." And then they did close the border. So the border was closed in early February to stop the migration across. I mean, there's 500,000 Hong Kongers go across and each day, and 500,000 mainlanders come across to Hong Kong. So it was basically the health workers that made the Hong Kong government close the border. Otherwise, I think we'd have probably been in the same position as the UK. So it's quite an interesting comparison there.
Yeah, well, it is. It's a comparison that doesn't put us in a very good light. Thanks for that, John. By the way, he must have been on a landline. He was clear as a bell. Let that be a lesson to you, everybody. This text says, so they're banning £5 notes now for having Sir Winston Churchill on them. It's a good long while since I had any money at all. That's another thing that's going to be fast-forwarded, is the cashless society. We'll miss money when it's gone, but along with the shops and restaurants and theatres and cinemas and concerts and clubs and all of the rest of that stuff that we used to enjoy, that's over. Money, cash money. Does a £5 note have Winston Churchill on it? If you offered me a £5 note and asked me who was on the back of it, I wouldn't with certainty be able to tell you. But I'll assume that you're right. If it's got Winston Churchill on it, then yes, the £5 note will be banned. If you have any in your possession, please send them to me and I will destroy them for you. This says, it feels like that by removing anything that is now deemed even slightly offensive, we are turning our society into a magnolia-coloured wall. Bland, characterless, dull, and extremely sanitised. God help the future. And Chris in North Wales says, how about Monty Python? They went in hard on racism at times. Did they? It's such a long time since I saw Monty Python. All I remember from Monty Python was that some of it was funny, but vast amounts weren't particularly. And you never really knew what you were going to get. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Dartford. Mark.
Hi, Nick.
Mark.
Right, I'm thinking about these protests, and I'm thinking about 40 Towers and all the programmes that are being pulled. But I actually wonder what an average black family sitting at home watching all this going on. They're not activists, they're not protesting. Obviously, I would imagine your average black family has experienced racism and have got their feelings about it and how they deal with it. But I've seen countless adverts now for couples going to buy a sofa, always mixed race. Because as soon as someone says, let's do an advert for selling a sofa, or let's do an advert for this, the first thing that must come into the ad man's head is, we can't offend anyone, quick, it's got to be a mixed race couple. If you actually look at the telly now, any time anyone goes into a sofa shop to buy a sofa, it is a mixed race couple. There was an advert for IKEA 5 or 6 years ago, and it's only sprung to mind recently since this started going on. It was a rotating IKEA house where the family had got up in the morning, they were having breakfast, they were coming in, and everything in the house was rotating, the kitchen, the front room, the bathroom, and it was this typical Swedish family. Yeah. They sat down to have dinner and had one little black kid at the table. Now, why? Why not make a black family in living in IKEA land. It doesn't have to be a Swedish family and then one little black kid at the table. Why couldn't you just make it a black family?
Well,
it's
I
more
think,
believable.
Yeah, well, I think,
Everyone is
but
terrified,
they're not in the business of believability. They're in the business of selling product. And if they put different faces that represent the more or less the percentage of their audience, of their potential customers, then that would probably do them good financially.
But why not just make it a whole black family? If they feel the need to go, oh my God, we need to make this proportionally representation of the population, make it a black couple going to buy a sofa, a black family sitting down and having dinner.
But they're not only aiming their product at black families.
No, but then make an advert that you buy a kitchen table, it's a white couple. You buy a dining table, it's a mixed race couple. Then, lo and behold, a black family goes in and buys a sofa. Just rather than trying to knee-jerk reaction to everything, I just wonder how many times these average families sit down and just roll their eyes and think, "Oh my God, they're doing it again."
Right. Well, I don't know because I've got no idea what the answer to that question is because I couldn't be more white.
No.
As I explained last week. Exactly right, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I don't think that advertisers really are very... advertising agencies. They're not in the business of representing people... how can I put this? They just want to sell stuff. It's as deep as that. And if they portray a mixed race couple, then they're probably just playing to both races. I mean, they just want everybody to go in and buy their stuff. That's all. I wouldn't read anything more into it than that. This text says, Nick, if COVID had happened in 20 years' time when you were old, you'd be singing a different tune. As in... I wouldn't be saying that we shouldn't have gone into this lockdown. Well, I'm not sure that that's true. Because, okay, Sweden has had fewer deaths per million than we have. Now, you might say that that could be for all number of reasons. You know, despite the fact that Sweden has not had a lockdown, they didn't treat this as though it wasn't happening. They did have, there was some social distancing. People did stay in. There wasn't a lockdown, and they didn't close all businesses, but people did treat it with a degree of seriousness, but not by staying indoors for 2 months like we've done. But people who were more susceptible did stay in, because that's just common sense. And the Swedes have got common sense up to their eyeballs. And so that's what they did. If you're more susceptible to having a negative outcome to getting this disease, then you just stay in more. It seems to make sense to me that that's where we should have gone. It's just that we missed our chance to do that because the government freaked out and then took the lockdown route too late. This says, surely the question regarding the Fawlty Towers German scene is, would the material cause offence to a German person? I very much doubt if it would. Incidentally, was Basil Fawlty the template for Boris Johnson? No. No. What on earth would make you think that? Let's have Oldham. Kelly.
Hiya.
Kelly.
Yeah, I'm just ringing because, as you were just saying before about people having to stay in if they were at high risk. Well, I've had MS now I got diagnosed 6 years ago, roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
I literally got sent my shielding letter 1 week ago.
You got sent your what letter?
Shielding.
Oh, right.
Letter 1 week ago. So nothing has changed in my MS. Nothing. I've not started any, which I am waiting to start some treatment.
Yeah.
Which I've been told has been delayed.
Well, you and everybody else that has any business with the NHS, everyone's delayed. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Which I can understand. but at the same time, it's my MS. I'm 31, and I'm basically in a wheelchair. 6 years ago, I was a normal person.
And you've only just received the
Clearing letter, yeah.
Right. That's not very efficient, you'd have to say, is it?
It isn't, no, it isn't,
not really,
no.
A little bit late.
I'm also, I received the shielding letter probably, I spoke to one of my specialists. I have a few specialists, which I've had trouble getting in contact with.
Yeah.
But, I spoke to my neurologist in January. I had an MRI in February, obviously before all this.
Mm.
And then I have, they called a disease-modifying DMD.
What's that?
Also called disease-modifying treatment.
Right.
Specialist who puts you on any treatment that you can be on.
Yeah.
And I was waiting to get in contact with them, obviously over all this happening, which got delayed.
Mm. So are you now on a list, a waiting list?
Yeah, but I was on a waiting list. I've actually been a bit rushed in the waiting list, where they put me a bit forward because my MS is very active.
Right. There's a lot of people who are on a waiting list to get on a waiting list.
Yeah, but like I said, to be completely honest, if I was going to be like through the, I got put through to what they called, like what they called now when the physiotherapist.
Oh yeah.
I was on a waiting list for them, but so they rang me to the triage bit of it.
Yeah.
And that was at the very start of the lockdown.
Right.
They have helped me out so much.
Have they?
Yeah, they really have. They really, really have. Like, I've not even been given an actual person yet. I've been able to ring them. They've come out to my house. They've social distance, obviously.
Yeah, these are physiotherapists.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And
well, that's good, I suppose, that they're continuing to do
no,
that.
it really is, because I think I've been seeing faster
Yeah. Have you?
than if the lockdown hadn't have happened.
Well, that's. I'm sure that's not most people's experience of the NHS.
It probably isn't.
Because
It
I
really
think
probably isn't, but-
this constant refrain from the government that they have protected the NHS is not really the truth, because they switched the NHS off for most people.
My dad had symptoms of cancer. He was going to the doctor, and they kept just giving him antibiotics.
For cancer?
But he had symptoms, so he had a big lump in his throat that wasn't there before, and he sent me the picture. He sent them the picture, because obviously they won't see him.
No.
You can't get a physical appointment with a doctor.
Right. Yeah.
And he sent me the picture, he sent them the picture, and they just kept giving him antibiotics. And then the third doctor said she wouldn't have waited that long.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem with so-called protecting the NHS, is that they didn't really protect the NHS. The NHS ceased to exist. It just became a virus-fighting service, not a national health service. Era Kelly, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that, and I wish you all the best. Jürgen in Balham texts, the problem seems to be that we didn't lock down properly, so the benefits of locking down didn't really come quickly enough, which is why we now have one of the worst death rates in the world. Really? I thought we locked down pretty well. It's just that we did it too late. I was amazed, actually. I continue to be amazed at how well behaved we're all being. We've all done very well, and we deserve a sweetie or something nice like that. A pat on the head, perhaps. But to have our lives taken away from us and be told to stay indoors. I mean, most people, of course, I don't know about most people, but a vast number of people don't have anywhere outside in their home to go to enjoy the sunny weather. And so for those people, it must have been awful. Or for people who are living with people that they don't like particularly. Or they're in an abusive relationship, or there are any number of reasons why you would absolutely hate being locked down. But we all seem to go along with this, which is not what I would have predicted. I mean, if you told me a year ago that the government was going to tell us to stay in and not come out for 2 months, I would have predicted riots in the streets. But none of that happened. I mean, okay, we've got dissent in the streets at the moment, but that's for a completely different issue. We all just said, oh, okay then. In fact, we were all, many of us were locked down before the government even insisted on it. I know I was. I stopped going to the gym. I stopped going on public transport, shopping, restaurants, all of that stuff. Way before the government closed everything down. I bet that was the case for a lot of people. But the problem with going up that road is that once you've been locked in and had the fear of God put in you, it's going to be quite difficult to get us to come back out again, I think. Well, we'll find out, I suppose. I guess we'll find out on Monday. Let's have Neasden. Nabila.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Nabila. Good, thanks.
Okay, what I wanted to say was, it was really one of the last callers, and he was talking about, when what would the people sitting at home that aren't going to these protests, but a normal black person or somebody, what do they think about it?
Yeah.
And, I suppose I would fall into that category of, I'm not going to the protest, or I haven't been to the protest yet, essentially, but I'm absolutely supporting it. And I think that the problem that we've got, what I'm scared of, or why we've got this kind of narrative or difficult conversation, is that there's a lot of apathy rather than empathy. And because for a very long time there's been a real drive of, we have to be politically correct. Going to the Fawlty Towers episode, so for that, what that's depicting is that the bigoted person is being made fun of, and actually civilized society, or the real society, is actually not like that. But when you're a person of colour and you're experiencing that day in, day out, which we're really hearing now really loudly, previously maybe we've not said it loud enough, because if you've migrated here and your parents have come here to work like I did, I was grateful of coming from Pakistan, and I'm English, and I was really proud of being British. But since then, over 40 years, it's been, where you don't belong, but you've got no right to speak. And if I talk about Churchill, who are you to speak about that? And of course, any kind of achievement for the past, if we celebrate it, that's great, let's celebrate it. But when our kind of pain is being minimised and not understood, and this isn't the fault, it's not your fault, Nick. None of us that are alive today actually created this problem, but there's kind of a blame game, because it feels for people who are white in this country, when there's this like real anger and emotion, and it feels like, oh, they're angry at us, and but we've done so much for them, and look at that I&D, and I'm not getting the job because that black person's going to get the job. And we don't want it to be like that. Don't do us any favours. People of colour have worked really, really hard. Just even that. Look, when the coronavirus hit, and what came out straight away, our NHS key workers, of course, we've got white people in them. It's a majority white country, but massively, those jobs are done by people from these communities. Yeah. And of course, we came together as a community, and we really looked after each other. And all of a sudden, things just went to whatever, the Cummins thing happened, then everything, lockdown's fallen apart, then we've seen George Floyd, and our pain and upset of we're not even being valued and respected. This Bain report, they're messing about with it, they're not doing it. And then we find out things like they were paying the slave traders' families from taxpayer money. We've all paid into that up until very recently, yet when we talk about reparations to people of colour, it's like, oh, but that's not our problem, we didn't do that. Then why was I still paying for that? And paying for it by the psychological impact of these symbols and statues being up, which, Nick, you didn't even know about. Most people didn't even really understand what people of colour are going through, because you genuinely believe that we are not as racist as because we don't want to be that. Yeah, well, it's difficult. It's difficult for white people to understand what it's like to be. Shall I give you a really good analogy? Yeah, go on then. I'll give you a really easy analogy. Imagine the Mean Girl movie, right? The what? In the Mean Girl, like in high school, you've got like the Mean Girls. Right. And you walk in and you're the unpopular kid because you might smell of curry, or you don't speak English as well, or you're the minority. And then everywhere else around, there'll be a few bullies, but the rest of the people around, where they talk about the kind of white privilege, because you benefit from not saying anything. Also, you don't get picked on because you look like them. So if I'm in an office environment or any kind of environment, and these kind of jokes get made and things get said, and we can't say that because that's PC, and there's that real resentment of, oh, you've got that job and you can work so hard and you know you have to work so hard and you still can't get there because we can't break through this kind of white. And I know you're a white man, but even within our government or wherever we look at it, and then again back to the BLM and why is it so big and why are people so upset? We've got a prime minister that says things like watermelon smiles, and then it's that kind of very innocent ignorance of, oh well, I didn't really mean, I didn't know. He's like top-notch education, or I didn't know what I meant, I didn't mean it in that way. And we all know that he knows what he was saying, but it was kind of accepted, but not. And this is the problem. It's a very toxic environment, and we really need to unpick it and understand it without it being that people of colour are some kind of enemy. I've gone back and I've watched, you can watch things like on TV where if a person of colour tries to talk about Churchill or anything, they kind of boom back at them is so strong because it's it's a pride of you're disrespecting the British thing. Yeah. But people of colour were here at that time that also took part in the war. We all are grateful to Churchill. The thought of like World War memorials being desecrated, that will hurt people of colour in this country like any other British person, because look at Sir Tom Moore. Look at what he did. The idea that somebody that's protesting at BLM doesn't care about grooming gangs or doesn't care about British tradition, but tradition is the thing that allowed Rees Mogg, whatever his name is, to use parliamentary privilege to actually stop democracy because Boris needed his people to bear, and that clearly is taking away MPs who are shielding and vulnerable to be able to have their say, and then because of that, constituents.
Right. Okay. Well, we seem to be straying many different topics.
Yeah, there's lots of topics, but this is what.
Let me bring you back. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Let me bring you back to where we started, which was TV shows. What would you do to old TV programs that maybe transgress how we think, as far as political correctness goes today?
What's that big movie that the other one they're talking about? The Sound of Music.
Sound of Music.
not the Sound of Music. There's another one which My Fair Lady, or there's one in America we're talking about.
It was Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind. Now, what
so
it is
boring.
with that, again, look, what it is with that is it romanticizes the white history of the experience and kind of says the black slaves liked kind of being slaves and they really loved it, kind of romanticizes it. So as you're growing up watching that, you've kind of romanticized it, which is why you don't feel the pain that slavery and racism is like. It's the same as when you talk about anti-Semitic. It's so wrong to be anti-Semitic, and we wouldn't have symbols of that stuff around here because it's so wrong. But because and it's not our fault as Britain, because we are, in one way we freed one race.
Okay, but my question is, what would you do with those? What would you do with them?
The disclaimer. For example, leave it on as it is, but educate and put the disclaimer back.
Okay.
Actually, it wasn't as romantic. It wasn't like that.
I think that people should maybe do the same with statues. I mean, it seems that if you're on a plinth, then it's quite likely that you got there by doing awful things.
Yeah, but if it's Churchill's, look.
Churchill is different because
Okay, what about Harvey Weinstein and Jimmy Savile?
To a lot of people, it's like attacking the country if you attack Churchill. He did and said bad things. I mean, he got drunk a lot and he didn't pay his bills, apparently.
Look, the difference with Churchill was that he was he led and he did things, and he was, let's say, he was bigoted. He was a product of what the slavers did, right? But the slavers were the people that did some real atrocities. I get it. Now, people will also say that Churchill did those atrocities as well.
Okay, I just think that this is maybe a good time to rethink who it is we put on plinths around the country. I bet most people who have a statue in their town, even if they pass it every day, I bet if I asked 1,000 people who passed a statue every day who is represented on that plinth, I bet almost every single one of them would have no idea. We don't really pay attention to them anymore. It's just a thing over there. Nobody sees the plaque. And even if you read the plaque, I bet people wouldn't know who it was. So maybe now would be a good time to just reevaluate who it is we put on plinths. and maybe take the decision to, you don't have to destroy them. I mean, each one is an artwork, not necessarily a great one in every case, but it is art. An artist has created that statue. It does have value regardless of who it is it's representing. So there are certainly museums up and down the country who would be in want of such stuff. Stick them in a museum. If it's the case that they were put up there for doing things that these days we might think were appalling. That doesn't seem to me to be a too controversial a thing to say, particularly as those statues are of people that are unknown to most of those that pass them every day. I mean, of all the statues that I pass maybe like 5 just in the centre of London coming to work. I've got no idea who any of them are. Not a clue. I mean, who pays attention to them? So now that we are paying attention to them, maybe we should pay attention to why it is that they're on that plinth, and did they ascend to those heights for reasons that we are actually comfortable with now? What's so wrong about that?
Morning, Nick.
Sure.
Almost home time. You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. I was just going to call up because I often agree with you on quite a lot of issues, and I thought you'd find it quite interesting that, with everything going on at the moment, this week I've somehow been labelled as kind of right-wing privileged and left-wing, what they call liberal elite by different people for talking about issues.
Right, you span the whole panoply. You're a rainbow all unto yourself.
I really am. One of them, I just said to a chap I know that I think that probably slavers' statues don't really have a place in modern society, and was therefore charged with the erosion of British culture and history, and called like I say, part of the liberal elite. And then on the other side of it, I was speaking to someone who, understandably, is very passionate about all the the protests at the moment, and said that I'm not in favour of anyone anywhere being kind of murdered by police officers based on their profiling, and I'm not really in favour of any kind of prejudice at all. But I'm also not in favour of the nature of the current protest, like I think a lot of reasonable people aren't. And I was called indifferent, and then that kind of developed into being called, but understandably privileged and unaffected by things.
Yeah, it's almost akin to being Hitler.
This is it, and I kind of it's made me want to think I just don't really want to touch any issues with a barge pole now.
Yeah, definitely not. No.
But
stick to your favourite flavour of crisps.
Well, this is it, isn't it? A beer and a packet of crisps and a good TV show. That's the only one we need. But I kind of wanted to make the point to both of them that you don't really persuade anyone or win anyone over by yelling them that they're already on the other side to you. Do you know what I mean? And I think I wanted to ask you, like, what's your opinion on kind of how to... I don't even feel like I'm middling, because I have an opinion on things, but what's your advice to kind of what I'd consider level-headed people that don't really fit into either camp, the jets or the sharks, as you put it, when approaching these situations? What would you say the best thing to do?
Well, you're right in being concerned about expressing an opinion of any kind whatsoever. Yeah, people do that with trepidation these days because everyone's on the edge of their seat, desperate to shout at someone for some imagined transgression, imagined or otherwise. I think you're probably right on both counts. I think there are some elements of the protests, some people who have sort of insinuated themselves into the protests, which were for the right reasons, but they on both sides of the Atlantic. Actually, in America, this is happening as well. The people who are bursting into shops and stealing surfboards. I mean, I saw that on the news the other day. People coming out, like dozens of people coming out of a shop with surfboards under their arms, for crying out loud. What's that got to do with Black Lives Matter? Nothing. That's just shopping with menaces. So, there's people who have insinuated themselves into protests who for all the wrong reasons. And the bad thing about that is that those are the people that the press concentrate on, because that's the exciting stuff. And so all of the other people who are protesting for good reasons and are doing it in a respectful way that furthers their cause, they don't get a look in as far as the press is concerned. all the press is concentrating on is the exciting stuff. And they don't represent, the people who are making exciting news don't represent the majority of the people who are justifiably protesting.
So, and then when you consider that, you then complicate the situation further by saying that both sides of the argument then label the press as biased towards the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like a melting pot of madness now. Everyone's blaming everyone for everything and the press, and I just wonder why. The point of my call really was to say, do you think this is going to change, or do you think we're just going to further divide and get angrier and more opinionated as a country and as a world?
Well, at the moment, we are all living in Donald Trump's world. And so anger seems to be the order of the day.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
And it doesn't look to me like it's going to get any better anytime soon. So maybe after November, if there's a change at the top in America, then that will be reflected over here as well. But I think at the moment, the whole world seems to be going in Donald Trump's direction.
I'm just going to turn off the news and rewatch Game of Thrones, I think.
Yes, there you go. Much safer. All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Game of Thrones. I've thought about watching that again, but I thought, can I put myself through that again? I mean, I've watched The Sopranos maybe 3 or 4 times all the way through, but that's like... It sort of reveals itself, The Sopranos. At first, you're terrified because you don't know what's coming, and there's the possibility of extreme violence at all times. So you watch it with a certain amount of fear, and then the second time around, you know what's coming, and you can see the different layers to the characters, and you enjoy the company of even if they're awful people. It's enjoyable to be in the company of those people. And then subsequent watches, I've sort of realised very slowly that it's actually a comedy. The whole thing seems to be after multiple watches, seems to be a comedy to me, The Sopranos. So for that reason, it gets more enjoyable with each time that I've seen it all the way through, which, like I said, must be about 4 times. But Game of Thrones, not so much. That is, you really put yourself through the ringer watching Game of Thrones, and I'm not sure I can do that to myself again. So it's a no from me. Lewisham, Hannah.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Hannah. Have I talked to you already this evening?
No, you blooming well haven't.
No.
You've ignored me all evening.
Oh, right. That sounds right.
Look, I've got a solution to all this statues problem.
Ah.
Why not just replace the whole dang lot, the good and the bad and the ugly in the whole of Britain with faceless, Gormley human figure artwork? What do you think? What do you think?
God. Anthony Gormley.
No, actually, I'm being terribly facetious, and I absolutely should not be. It was my idea of a joke. I'm of Asian extraction heritage, and I absolutely agree with Colston I just thought it was a brilliant idea. I mean, they got him down, ripped him off his pedestal, his honourable pedestal, and it was just such a brilliant idea to dump him in the river, since apparently he dumped human beings into the sea for insurance purposes, for Christ's sake. I want to get on to Churchill. Difficult. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think that people should pick their fights. I mean, you ain't going to win if you go up against Churchill. There's plenty other people who are more objectionable than Churchill who shouldn't be on plinths. They shouldn't be celebrated.
Nick,
I think people should pick their fights, and that's one that you ain't going to win.
Well, I know you're coming really hard and fast on Churchill, but I've got one thing to say to you. Watch Satyajit Ray's film he did, and I can't blooming well remember the name of it. I watched it about 30 years ago, and he's a genius Indian Bangladeshi, I believe, director, and he. He tackled the famine that Churchill created in Bangladesh, and I think you're just not reading round. I think you are playing blind.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but. Like I said, you might as well pick fights that you're going to win. And if you pick a fight in this country with Churchill, the blowback will be enormous. You ain't going to win it.
Oh, it will. But that doesn't mean you don't fight your corner. And people need to know how racist this man was.
We're not disputing that history does exist, and we're not suggesting that it be rewritten. All this information is out there. We know this. I mean, if we don't know it, then the internet is available at a location near you. But to say to try to persuade the great British public that Churchill is not a person who should be on a plinth, forget it. Pick a fight that you can actually win, because you're just going to come up against a wall of support that you aren't going to be able to get around. So it seems to be a waste of your time and your effort in that regard. I'm not disputing any of the things that you're saying. It's just that it seems to make more sense to me to pick a fight that you can actually win, that will have less resistance. Doesn't that make sense, Hannah?
There you go. Blocked.
What?
You had your talk. You won't let me get a word in edgeways.
Hannah, you've been on for practically 10 minutes. What are you talking about? Well, no, not 10. 4 and a half minutes.
Precisely. And all you've done is talk for Churchill. And this is systemic racism coming from you.
Oh, for crying out loud, Hannah, I am not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that if you want to get ahead, pick a fight that you can win. Where's the controversy there? Yes, we were begged not to come for the benefit of the nation, so we travelled the length of the country to come here anyway. It's our patriotic duty. We're public art lovers. What you going to do about it? Boris Johnson this week has given the green light for 2 households to merge into support bubbles from today. Doesn't that sound fantastic? Does anyone know what a support bubble is?
No.
Since Gollum went to Durham, has anybody been paying attention to what Boris Johnson says?
Negative.
Boris Johnson this week gave the green light for 2 households to merge into support bubbles from today, meaning they can interact indoors and outdoors at less than 2 metres apart, but only if they bring their own bubble. There's nothing funny about it. The new social bubble rules permit couples who have lived apart during lockdown to spend the night together, allowing their personal bubbles to intermingle and pop.
Disgusting.
With support bubbles in force today, people itching to socialise after being confined to their homes since the stay-at-home order was given on March the 23rd are likely to rush outdoors and batter a copper to show that they really care about public artworks. I drove through 2 parks. I left the road, went up onto the pavement and drove through the actual parks because it was a quicker route. It's my right and I can do what I want. On the way here, drove through 2 parks and they were packed. I don't think anybody's paying attention to your bubble plan, Boris. London, the Midlands and the South East had sunshine and highs of 72 degrees today. Oh, it was a delight. I spent all day indoors looking at people beating each other up. Because of their firmly held political views. Right. London, Midlands and the South East had sunshine and highs of 72F, with the East, the North and the South West experiencing humidity and showers. Listeners in Glasgow had their own weather.
Correct.
Tomorrow, sunny spells for most of the UK with showers of projectiles developing and heavy and thundery moods causing morons to storm about, some local damage expected. Met Office spokesman Nicola said, said, "We are..." Look, she's got a tickly cough. Met Office spokesperson Nicola said, "We're looking at a showery picture for tomorrow." Oh. Including, but not limited to, heavy thunder in some areas and rain, particularly in the east, the north, and the southwest. Oh, Nicola. That's everywhere, isn't it? The east, the north, and the southwest. Sounds like everywhere to me. She said there is a chance of sunny spells in between the showers, but it's fairly changeable, unsettled, as we go through the weekend and into next week. Unsettled? You can say that again. During the spells of sunshine tomorrow, the mercury could rise to as high as 79 degrees. Wow. That's in London. And just below 79 degrees in many other areas, including, but not limited to, Birmingham, Manchester and York. And if you young people want me to speak in centigrade, in European surrender degrees, you double it and add 32 to get centigrade from Fahrenheit. So 79 times 2 is 148, and 148 plus 32 is 190. Wow. It's going to be 190 degrees centigrade tomorrow. Can you believe that?
No.
Into early next week, the unsettled weather continues, a mixture of sunshine and strong showers, plus thunderstorms for the first half of next week. England, in particular, has been beset by rainfall in recent days, with more than double the amount of water falling in the first 10 days of the month compared to all of May. Oh, it's been all over us. Last month was the warmest May on record, as in ever, with global temperatures 0.63 centigrade above average, according to the European Union's climate change monitor. You remember the European Union, don't you? Yes, that's them. 0.63 centigrade above average doesn't sound like very much, but believe me, I have no idea what I'm talking about when I say it is. You believe me, don't you?
Yes.
So the outlook for Monday to Wednesday, sunny spells and showers with the risk of thunder. The outlook from Wednesday the 17th until Friday the 26th of June. So this is pretty much the rest of this month. You ready? A mixture of sunny spells and showers, heavy in places. Most places will see temperatures near or a little above average. And you want to know the long range weather forecast? Until the 11th of July. Keeping in mind that around that period, between the 26th of June to the 11th of July, all of the things that are normally freezing cold and pouring down with rain occur. Wimbledon, Glastonbury, other things I can't think of right now. It's usually bloomin' freezing and bloomin' wet. But, and it's a huge giant wobbling but, the outlook from the 27th of June until the 11th of July. Fairly unsettled during the latter part of June, with some dry and brighter interludes. Around the turn of the month and into early July, a transition to more settled conditions, with more prolonged and drier and sunnier spells. Temperatures should be generally above, possibly turning very warm in places. Very warm in places? We'll take it! Scott and Mason texts, did the far-right flag-waving counter-protesters know it was the Queen's birthday today? I bet none pondered that for a moment. Or maybe they were just having a drunken party. Yeah, I expect so. Was it Her Majesty's actual birthday or the extra one that she gets for excellence in doing her job? You know, smiling and waving. Not so much the smiling these days, of course. Mostly just the waving. Yeah, happy birthday, Your Majesty. Whether it's your actual birthday or your pretend one, we don't know. So the shops are going to throw their doors open and stand in expectation of a crowd of eager shoppers. Boris Johnson has urged us to head to the high street to kickstart the failing economy when stores reopen on Monday. And the public said, nah, that's okay. We'll just go on ordering everything online like we did before anyone had even heard of the virus, because it's easy and we'll save 10 pence. Haven't you heard? Shops are over. Leading by example, the Prime Minister is planning to visit a high street next week. Who's going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's the lucky high street that's going to have a visit from you-know-who? Place your bets.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The Prime Minister planning to visit High Street next week in his first public visit since the lockdown began. This is in order to reassure shoppers it's safe to return to non-essential activities as restrictions are eased come Monday. He will start by visiting the inside of a walk-in fridge and harumph some old nonsense about patriotism and buying British, despite the fact that we decided long ago that we weren't remotely interested in buying British. We would prefer to give all our money to an online giant that is registered as an invisible cloud of mist for tax purposes. Meanwhile, data from the Office of National Statistics says, well, you don't really need to read their missives anymore. This is the missive from the Office for National Statistics from now until the end of time. It reads, yeah, pretty much. They could just put an emoji out. Or Edvard Munch's The Scream. Data from the Office of National Statistics suggests that 64% of people in England are too afraid to leave their house. 64%, that's 3/4. 20% of people said they would never 20% of people who express a preference said they will never step foot in a shop again. Not now, not ever, never. Wow. This is serious, folks. This is what we do for a living, shopping. I mean, it actually is. That probably, if 64% are too afraid to leave their house, and 20% of people say they'll never set foot in a shop again, then that's 20 plus 64 is 93%, which is almost 8 out of 10. And that probably also means that these people won't go to a restaurant, because why would they be happy sitting as hostage to clouds of disease wafting over them if they aren't happy to be nimbly dodging out of the way of potential carriers in a store? Sit in this chair here and don't move for the next 2 hours while it wafts all over you. No thanks. And that also means that they probably won't want to go to the cinema, or the theatre, or a concert, or a cafe, or a hotel, or anything that we make our money doing in this country. And they absolutely, certainly, and totally will not be using public transport to get there either. So the entire basis of the British economy is up the spout because of a virus that affects almost no one except those that were approaching the end of their allotted time on Earth anyway. Public transport is the thing that gets me. How long are we going to be able to run public transport? I mean, if public transport was just about barely getting by, I mean, they were, in the want of monies from the government for Crossrail and the up and down line and the King's Cross and all of the rest of it. Spending vast amounts of money we have over the last 10 years on public transport, and I don't know what it's like up your way, but in London it has been transformed. The London Bridge Station is a marvel. It really is fantastic. The King's Cross is equally great. They've done marvellous things here, there and everywhere, baby, and Crossrail too. And it's all finished just in time, apart from the Crossrail, which is still, delayed. All finished just in time for us not to be using it anymore. I mean, if we have to keep 2 metres of distance, even if we have to keep 1 metre distance, it don't make never mind. They'll have to run 100% of the public transport with, 10% of the receipts? How are they going to do that? I see bus after bus after bus go by me, and there's nobody on them. And yet, they've got to pay for the fuel, they've got to pay for the insurance, they've got to pay for the machinist who makes it go, they've got to pay for the driver and, everything. How are we going to keep a public transport system going? Until such time as we find a cure or a vaccine or herd immunity or any of these things, it's going to be years. How's it going to work? Does anybody even have a plan? Has anybody even mentioned it?
No.
I don't think they have. Because public transport gets its money from tickets, mostly. Most of the money that public transport gets is from tickets. And then they got the rental for the retail outlets in stations and so on. Well, they ain't got no customers, so they ain't got no rent from retail outlets. And they also do adverts in trains and tubes and buses. Well, they ain't got no customers, so they ain't got no adverts. So their receipts must have plunged by 90%, if not more. And yet they're going to have to, in order to get 10% of their income, they're going to have to provide 100% of their service. How are they going to do that? Why isn't anybody saying... I'm the only person who's talked about this, to my knowledge. Everybody's going on about pubs and restaurants and, hotels and this, that and the other. But what about the public transport to get the people to these things? How are we going to be able to afford that? Hello? Is this thing on? Some ministers wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that his planned move to scrap Sunday trading laws, which would give cafes and pubs a fast track to serve drink and food outside, would face opposition. Why? Well, he would face opposition, actually, mostly from their prospective customers, apparently. We don't want to go on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, and definitely not on Saturday or Sunday. The series of drastic measures are in response to GDP plummeting by more than a fifth in the first full month of lockdown. Wow, that's unbelievable. A fifth. That's never happened before, ever in history. This is the biggest slump in history. And what's weird is it doesn't actually feel like that. Probably because we haven't actually emerged from our bunkers yet. It feels, unless you've actually personally lost your job or you are running a business that has just been pushed into the ground, most of us haven't really been affected that much. Cruelly, the people that have been affected the most are those that are in want of money the most. The poor are going to be disproportionately affected by this, and the young are going to be also disproportionately affected, and the young poor, well, big trouble, huge. Meanwhile, those that have got a lot of money, the middle class people who can work from home, they're just fine. In fact, they're probably better off now than they were before this, because they haven't been going out and spending money on restaurants and going on holidays and buying new cars and all the rest of it. They've just been sitting at home, playing with the cat, and seeing the money pile up in their bank account. They're doing just fine. 20% drop in GDP. Holy macaroni. And that followed a 5.8% slump in March, which was itself the biggest dive ever at the time. 5.8% was the biggest dive in GDP ever. And it's just gone down 20%. We've just gone through 10 years of austerity for a drop in our earnings that was less than half in total for the year 2008 that we've just had in 1 month. And that plunge fueled a call for the 2-metre rule to be eased in the hospitality and retail sectors. But as we've seen in South Korea and China, setting everybody free to roam about just means the virus spikes again and we're all going to get sent home. Again. Once you paddle your way up this creek, very hard to paddle your way out again. This ship's going down. Pat?
Oh, hello.
Pat?
Yeah, I think this whole country, that Priti Patel's, well, I don't like her, full stop. I can't stand the woman.
I almost sprayed this desk with coffee.
The clubs, the restaurants.
Now, wait a minute, back up. What's this got to do with Priti Patel? Why do you like Priti Patel?
No, because she doesn't believe they should. She's kind of like an ogre in the government, and what she says goes. She's very dominant, very bullying.
Yeah.
And she has
just
said
your typical Home Secretary. They've all got to be tough guys.
Yeah, I know. We need to get her and put her on the rack.
Well, it seems a bit extreme, but okay then.
Yeah, and then also with people coming in, people won't come to this country because they have to isolate fortnight before they can go and do the shopping and.
Well, they just won't come. If they're going to have to stay indoors for 2 weeks before they can go out and enjoy London, or Stratford or Edinburgh or wherever, then they're not going to come. Did you get that? That was a surprise. I thought she was a nice lady. And she used builder's language.
Disgusting.
Wow, that took me by surprise. Pat, what's happened to you? How many cocktails have you had today, Pat? 03, this is not television, you know. 0345 6060 973. She was just explaining how awful everything is. We're in it, up to our eyeballs, as she was explaining in great detail. Awful. Paul in Cheltenham says Boris is going shopping to prove that it's safe in the same way that he went to watch rugby at Twickenham and and ended up in an ICU in hospital. Yeah, after you, Boris. Josh in Surrey says, talking of kick-starting the economy, no doubt you won't be on public transport. How's the Bentley car going? What Bentley car? I ain't got no Bentley. That's Steve Allen, that is. I am not even allowed to be in the same street as Steve Allen's Bentley. I'm not allowed to touch it. I'm not allowed to breathe on it. I'm not allowed to even look at it. Here is Norwich, Paul.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Great. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I've just. It's been a long day for me, mate. I've just got back from the protest today in London.
Oh yeah. Did you have a nice time?
I won't say it was a nice time exactly. It was a very stressful time.
Well, whose side were you on? Were you holding a banner?
Yeah, I was holding a Black Lives Matter banner.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just feeling a bit of ashamed with what I said with the far right racists chanting such things as.
Don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. I'm not going to say anything bad.
I don't want to have to dump two callers in a row, on the Nicky Abbott show. Don't make me.
No, I won't swear, I promise. Yeah, they were chanting things like we were never asked and we're England, we're English till we die. And I find this very racist, to be fair.
We're England? Well...
Yeah, we're English till we die. And
yeah, but that's just a statement of fact, isn't it?
Yeah, they were doing multiple things that were offensive to us.
Okay.
For instance, obviously, we were never asked was sung to us a lot. Where were you here last week to the police officers was sung. And
I'm a bit confused by that. Why did they pick on the police? Because I would have thought that, being patriots and all, that they would have been supporting the police. But they seem to be, that seemed to be their first order of the day. Let's attack the police. What was that about?
Exactly, that's what I was confused about when they were singing songs like Where Were You Last Week. I was very confused about that because obviously the police was there last week.
Yeah.
So I was very confused at that. And obviously I know a few of them was attacked afterwards. And I don't think they can really complain.
A few of who were attacked?
Well, few of the far right was attacked towards the end. But
well, I'm sure a lot of people got attacked by a lot of other people. I don't think it was all in the one direction.
Yeah, I don't think they have a leg to stand on when they're shouting things like they're going to be a minority by 2066 and patriotic alternative will ensure that doesn't happen. I think saying racist comments like that, they deserve to get attacked. Do you not think? With this fascism attitude.
Right. Well, I got no idea. I wasn't there, and to be honest, I kind of missed what you just said there. So I'll assume that it's okay because my glamorous assistant didn't dump you. I'm in his hands. So where were you then?
Yeah, I was just with the Black Lives Matter and.
Yeah, but where though?
I was in Trafalgar Square,
okay.
And obviously they was chanting things like "We will be a minority by 2066." And we were never asked.
You were they were never asked what?
I don't know. I don't really understand what they're saying. So I'm with you on this one. They kept chanting, "We were never asked" by Laura Towler.
Right.
Yeah, and they kept chanting, "We were never asked" by Laura Towler, whoever this woman is, and something about patriotic alternatives. So I don't really know.
They seem to be some of them seem to be a little bit confused because on the one hand they seemed to be all behind the the officers of the state and Her Majesty the Queen and everything that goes with that, but on the other hand they were fighting with the embodiment of that state, which were the police themselves. I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I do side with them is. I didn't notice because I was there last week as well, and what was confusing about this week was the police had riot gear this week, and last week they never had riot gear. They pretty much let us run riots around the capital city. That was a bit confusing.
You were allowed to run riot. Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, obviously, because I'm still from Britain and I support the Black Lives Matter, but I've seen multiple people attempting to burn the UK flag.
Right.
That was one, and today
that to me doesn't constitute running riot. But anyway, go on.
Well, they did run riot because police were running away from the Black Lives Matter movement, and I didn't quite understand. But I thought the police done very well today because they learned from last week's mistakes.
Yeah.
They bought riot gear with them today, so I give them credit today.
Right.
But I'm for a peaceful movement. I'm for the Black Lives Matter movement. But last week wasn't so peaceful, and today I thought they'd done well because they bought the riot gear with them today.
Right. Did you take all your rubbish home with you? No.
I always take my rubbish home
Did
with
you?
me.
Right. Well, that's just you then, because I passed piles of the stuff on the way in here. And by the way, pretty much every single police person that I've ever seen.
Well,
there were loads of them.
I'm not going to lie. There was quite a few rubbish on the floor, like signs saying "Stand up for racism," things like that. They were chucked on the floor. To be fair, so. But I believe the Nazis actually. I've got to give the Nazis a lot of credit. They behaved quite well.
Yes, for Nazis, yeah. Okay. You know, as far as Nazis go, they were very well-behaved Nazis. On their best behaviour today, the Nazis. All right, thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. Jet tweets, it just dawned on me, Nick, why did the statues get PPE more quickly than the NHS? Well, that's a good thought. Huh. A listener with material.
Now everybody's happy.
Literally nobody is happy. Lynn in Devon texts, it is beyond ridiculous. Every 5 minutes, the general population is expected to adopt some new faddy terminology invented by goodness knows who. And you are shut up, or worse, if you get it wrong. But of course the media allow unchallenged any amount of insulting language if it's directed at white people. What? That took a turn, didn't it? That is not where I thought you were going, Lynn. The media allow unchallenged any amount of insulting language if it is directed at white people. Now that is unconscious bias. In inverted commas. What are you talking about? See, I thought that she was going on about the bubbles. We've all got to have our own bubble. And we can have bubbles intermingle with people that we know personally. And we can fiddle with each other's bubbles. To our heart's content.
Disgusting.
So that's what I thought you were talking about, but you're talking about something else entirely. I've got no idea what you're on about, Lynn. What are you on about? Linda says, England, I think, is correct. They are unhappy with the police as they see them as not having defended their statues. You know, I said this yesterday. I bet that pretty much every person in this audience, at least once a week, goes past a statue. It will be in your town square or, up your way in some... I passed... it must be a dozen, at least a dozen, in the short walk it takes to get here. And I've got no idea who any of them are. At all. I bet you don't either. And suddenly everybody's really, really attached to those statues? Please. Hampstead, hello, Monty.
Hello, mate. Thank you for having me on the show.
Yes, Monty.
Yeah, I think what I feel is that racism can only be addressed collectively. I think, the Conservative government, which is in power at the moment, until they have something to lose, then only change will occur, and they'll do it for a way to gain political advantage, to make sure that their votes, their people are still favouring them. And I think that's only when the voices of, let's say, hashtag Black Lives Matter and other sort of minorities, their voices will get heard, or else this will just get brushed under the carpet, where I think the government can just use it as an excuse to say, well, there's thuggery behaviour in the black sort of community and also in the white community, so let us sort of take order and just trying to because they're in power and I think however they want to set the agenda, that's what they're going to do.
Well, unfortunately, there's some people that allow them to take the message away and change it into something else. I mean, if you are, I don't know if it's happened very much here, but it happens in America. People have gone extreme shopping. You know, they've beaten down the door or they've broken the window and they're running out with surfboards under their arms. You know, like that's got anything to do with what the movement is about. That's just stealing, that is. And so it allows those in power to say, aha, so these people have got nothing to do with anything at all, other than they're just a bunch of thieves and anarchists, and we'll deal with them like that. I think that the left, apart from the fact that some of these marches are being infiltrated by people that don't have anything to do with what the march is supposedly about, there's that. But there's also, the right wing are very good at sticking to a message in order to gain power. I mean, the Conservatives, for instance, and the Republican Party get a message, 3 words, 4 words at maximum, and just repeat it over and over and over again. Don't stray from the message, don't add to the message, don't say anything else other than this message. Get Brexit done. Make America great again. Lock her up. You know, all of those things that people will just repeat over and over to themselves, and they will get their pliant journalists to repeat them in their papers and on television and on the radio, and people will wake up saying these phrases. The left, on the other hand, tend to say, well, let's fix this problem over here, but let's also fix this problem over here. But we can't fix that problem until we fix these 3 problems over here. And then there's the 10 problems over there and the 6 problems that are behind me. And there's no message. It's just a multiplicity of messages. And so I think that that's the reason why the right keep winning, as they have done. There's having a definite moment is because they've got they have the purity of a message, whereas the left, they're all over the shop. Look at the manifestos in the last general election.
Yeah,
I think the Conservative Party manifesto was 2 sides of a piece of paper, wasn't it? You could have read it in the length of time it takes a match to burn. The Labour Party, on the other hand, released a book, a tome. It was like 180 pages long. We were going to fix this and we're going to fix that, and nobody had any idea what they were really about. Nobody read it for a start. It was just too long, didn't read. So that's the reason that the right keep winning, is because they have the strength of sticking to a message, whereas the left just seem to be all over the place.
Yeah. Look, I fully agree with you there, and I think this is a great opportunity for Keir Starmer. He needs to now have some clear messages in place. He needs to sort of bring out what laws will he pass for equal rights and race relations. Yeah. Then people will start listening to him.
I think he's the man for the job. I really do, and I'm glad for the benefit of the nation that they have. We really need a strong opposition. Not that actually it's going to make much difference, really, for the next 4 or 5 years. In this country, it's not really a democracy. It's more like successive dictatorships. Boris can do whatever he blooming well likes until the next time that he is in want of our votes.
But then what people will start doing is, like you said, you know how, let's say, the looting example in this country is when strikes will happen within workforces. And then if you deprive companies of revenue and the economy starts shrinking even more because strikes start happening because their voices are not being heard, then I think Boris Johnson will start, listening.
Yeah, I don't think this is the time for strikes. People are going to be losing their jobs left, right and centre. I don't think they will have the confidence to go on strike. It would be just too easy to fire them. People are going to be desperately clinging on to their jobs. I very much doubt there's going to be many strikes in our near future. Not really that would help, I don't think. I mean, let's try and pull in the same direction, economically speaking, and maybe, just maybe, pretty pleased with sugar on top, we'll get out of this, with our economy intact. But I doubt it.
Yeah, look, everybody wants to, get back working again in a most peaceful way. But also, I think it's duty for Boris Johnson, who's the Prime Minister right now. He needs to bring some sort of policies, something in place. You look at the football
he actually doesn't have to do anything of the sort. He can do whatever he wants for the next 4 years.
that is
That's the nature of our democracy. It was less than half of the people gave him way more than. It was a complete landslide. But it's a completely screwed up system that we have here, as they do in America. And it just leads to one dictatorship after the next. Yeah, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Here is Highbury. Sam.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Good evening. I was just wondering about why we haven't heard from Jeremy Corbyn about this, because he doesn't like Churchill. I remember him actually saying it at men's breakfast in the church about 15 years ago. And when Tony Blair asked him about what he wanted to be, because he was saying it in front of me and other people, he was saying that, he said, I want to be in charge of the army. And he says, what for? And he says, well, so I can deplete it. And
Jeremy Corbyn said that?
Yeah, in front of me and a load of other people in a church on a Saturday morning breakfast, which they generally hold about once a month. I haven't been for years, but I don't know if they're still holding it or not.
Right. By depleted, was he talking specifically about the troops or about nuclear weapons? Because I'm with him on nuclear weapons.
It was the whole thing. I think it was the whole thing.
Right.
So as far as I can tell, but these people was in Trafalgar Square, and if they all bother to turn around, they would see a statue, which you must obviously pass quite a lot when you go up to LBC, is a statue of George Washington on the grass there outside the National Gallery. Now, George Washington, which is a joke, him and his founding fathers came up with that book, that comic book, All Men Are Created Equal, except for, if you were born and brought up there in the first place, that means the American Indians, or native, whatever you call them today, and the people obviously were black slaves that came over, and he had slaves up until he died. So they should have pulled that down straight away before they started on Churchill, because Churchill was nowhere near as bad as that.
Actually, I had passed that statue probably hundreds, if not thousands of times, and I didn't know that it was Washington there. It just looked like a lump of black metal to me. I don't really pay attention to statues. Nobody does, really, let's be honest.
No, I mean, if you ask people where Florence Nightingale's statue is, they couldn't tell you.
Where is it? No, I've got no idea. Where is it? Florence Nightingale?
It's in the Mall.
Is it?
It's in the Mall. Yeah, as you
Where?
come off of Trafalgar Square and go down the Mall, you do a right, that massive wide road there. It's bang in the middle of the road.
Huh.
What's that? There's a little square facing it as well, and it takes you straight out into Green Park.
Well, I had no idea. I bet you don't know who's on the three main plinths in Trafalgar Square, because I don't. Not a clue. They're huge.
Loads of them in Russell Square as well, the statues.
Yeah, they're
loads of them in
everywhere.
Russell Square. But people just walk past.
Yeah, my opinion of people on plinths is, in much the same way as I regard people with funny titles and badges, sirs and lords and all the rest of it. I think the greater the plinth, the more complicated the badge and the title, probably the worse the person. That's probably a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. That's what it appears to be. The higher they are, and like you said, the more stuff they got on their chest, they tend to be the worst people. But you might as well say, well, you can pull all the stately homes down in this country, because a lot of them people made hell of a lot of money. All these lords and ladies made a lot of money out of out of slavery.
I think the point is, don't pull them down, because they are they're a testament to the people that built them, not necessarily the people that paid for them, but the craftsmen and the stonemasons and the people that did the tapestries and all the rest of the stuff that's inside. Of course, they shouldn't be pulled down, but we shouldn't celebrate the way in which they made their money.
No, that's right.
And that's the point of the statues. That's the whole issue with the statuary, is that we appear to be celebrating the way in which they made their money, or how they rose to power.
I know. I mean, that's right. But it would have been common, and they would have been looked up to at the time, and it would have been like the television of their day back in the 1800s.
What, statues?
But then there was
statues with the television of their day. Is that what you just said? Worst television ever. They had one channel, and there was nothing on it.
White as well.
Yeah.
It was all in black and white, and no sound.
Yeah.
Just a little quick.
Yeah, it'll have to be quick. Yeah. Go on.
There's. I've been watching the history program about navies, and there was a ship called the Gannet, and it was a hybrid ship of sails and steam engine, and it had gunboats on it. So when this country stopped slavery in 1807, this gunboat with other gunboats sailed up and down the African coast, from the west coast, like from Trinidad right down to all along the coast there.
Yeah.
And they actually saved quite a lot of lives. The ship, the Gannet, is moored somewhere in England. I should imagine down in Portsmouth. They saved 150,000 lives. And there was this black bloke that said this. His name is historian, and his name is S.I. Martin, his surname is. And I just watched it here today as well on the telly. Anyway, they went round the east coast and ran to Mombasa and Mozambique, and they caught a load of ships around there. But the people who are the bad people who are doing the bad jobs to these black people there, were actually like Africans themselves, and plus Arabs, and they were taking them like to India and the Middle East. So, they're to blame just as much as anybody else.
I think if you just look back in history to the history of any country, you will find something that is properly objectionable. Sam, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. It's like an education, this show, ain't it?
No.
Every now and again.
To it.
Jan Tex, I was listening to one of your podcasts earlier today, the one in which you graphically described the hazards of urinals and phone boxes. Put me right off my tee. Sorry about that, Jan. Apparently she loved it anyway. Yes, I do a podcast. Well, I do 3, actually. If you go to Global Player, which is the app that you get all of our stations on, Global Player, download it from your app store. We've got lots and lots and lots of podcasts in there, in amongst which you'll find 3 of mine. There's the whole show, which is as it sounds. We just put the whole show, strip it of the ads and so on, and stick it up the internet. The Nick Abbott Habit, which is the one that I put together myself, clips of old shows, sort of concentrated funny, like a half an hour of, it's like a best of. And in the last one, in the one that's up there at the moment, it's climate change heavy. People with, to my ears, no idea what they're talking about are trying to explain climate change to me. And it made me laugh, and it hopefully will you too. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. And then there's the one that I do with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
Who is proper funny.
Oh, right, yeah.
And the one that's up there, the most recent one that I've done with her, has, amongst the problems that people wanted us to solve, are spouses that start a conversation with you after you've left the room. They don't have a chat with you while you're in the room. They wait till you've left, and then they shout at you down the hall. Very annoying. So we tried to solve that problem for a listener, and the one that's coming out on Monday, in amongst the problems that we solve, a bloke was whining about his girlfriend's hairy armpits.
Stop whining.
So we solved that too. That one's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol. If you just do a search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcast, then all 3 will come up as though by magic. Josh texts, somewhat confusing to see the defenders of Winston's statue giving Nazi salutes to the police. Well, maybe they weren't Nazi salutes. Maybe they were just pointing at clouds. Oh, look, there's a pretty one. It's possible. Portsmouth. Hello, Sam.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, right. I never really call in, but it's my first time I've called in. But I felt like I had to. You had a caller from Norwich earlier. I can't remember his name. I think it was Paul. And it's everyone who's not against Black Lives Matter, but anyone who's not with them is a racist Nazi. That's how it's coming across, and that's how it's being portrayed.
But what do you mean by not with them?
So, not amongst them, not holding their banners, not... I was there today in London. I didn't intend to go there to hold up banners for Black Lives Matter. I also didn't intend to go there to get involved with any of the troubles you saw. My intentions were, me and a few colleagues of mine, we're in the Royal Marines, you know, we I myself done an Afghan tour in 2011. So I know you say about the statues and that, and the Winston Churchill statue and that, and but the cenotaph specifically, I took it personally, and seeing how they're able to get so close to it last week. That is why you saw a big number of us today, because we didn't know, what the police were going to do today, and how close these people were going to get close, to the cenotaph. And
yeah. Well, why did the people that you were, on whose side you were, why did they start fighting the police? What was that about?
Oh, but that's the thing. That's what I was about to get at. So, everyone, you see in the news, you see like Sadiq Khan, like all these people are far right thugs, extremists, and they are. But you never see or read or hear Sadiq Khan saying, far left extremists. Like today, I witnessed something.
I don't think that's fair. I think that last week there was no end of talk about far left extremists.
Please find me a quote on the media which calls them that, but they're not.
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I betcha that last week, during the Troubles, people were talking about far left extremists.
But it's another thing today. You got Sadiq Khan calling us out for going there to protect statues, calling us far right thugs and that. It's I didn't get involved in one bit of trouble today.
But then that makes you not one of the people that he was talking about.
Yes, but there just seems to be no argument against the BLM's negative movement. The negative side of their movement. It's I just think something which would really help with the situation would be. You've got the spokesperson of Black Lives Matter. I can't think of her name. But she's quick to come out and say, remove the statue of Winston Churchill, get him down, put him in a museum. But I just think it would help the situation so much if they came out of their way and condoned the graffiti and the vandalism, but they don't.
Well, why would you want them to do that?
Because if it's not what they stand for, then surely they should be.
No, but see, you're painting all of the people on the left as being of the same opinion, as acting in the same way, but you've already explained that all of the people on the right don't, because you are not one of those people that was picking fights with the police, that was doing a Nazi salute and all the rest of that stuff. So why can't the Black Lives Matter people be made up of a whole rainbow of different types of people, just like your side was?
Because you don't ever read it or hear about it.
So come off it. Do you read the Daily Mail? There's been no end of, and the Telegraph. The right-wing press in this country, which is the predominant press, has been all week long has been going on about how awful these people were, and that Priti Patel should get tough, and the police should have locked them all up. And I think it's.
Yeah, and you also read about right-wing thugs on the Daily Mail. So why?
Well, yeah, but they're talking about right-wing thugs, but that doesn't include you. So I don't know why you would be upset. It seems that you are including yourself in that.
No, what upsets me is, why is the spokesperson for Black Lives Matter not coming out and addressing the fact that vandalising war memorials is a negative thing and
But do you respect the opinion of that person? No. So what difference does it make whether he or she says anything, because you don't respect what they say anyway? What difference would it make?
Because I haven't said I don't respect her. It's, of course, for me personally, I don't need to walk around London chanting, holding a banner to prove I'm not racist. I'm not a racist person.
But no, neither do I. But I don't feel that I have to. But why do you feel that you have to?
Have to what?
Walk around London proving that you're not a racist.
I don't. Exactly. That's why I haven't done it. That's why I'm not part of the marches. And I feel left and right, it is just full of. It is just.
No, can we agree that the people who were spray painting the cenotaph are morons, and the people who were attacking the police were also morons, which were a small number of the entire number of people that were there. It wasn't all of the people on the left weren't smashing stuff any more than all of the people on the right were smashing stuff. There was a small minority on both sides that were doing it probably because it was exciting, just the same as any other riot or, a fight after a football match or any of these things. They do it because it's exciting.
Yeah, so people, exactly. Yeah, you're right. So people like this guy you called earlier need to sort of knock it on the head that anyone who's not with them aren't all fascist Nazis.
Well, see, that's not what I heard. I think you may be guilty of selective hearing. I think you're expecting people to call you a Nazi, and therefore you're sensitive to anybody suggesting that some people who you might have been surrounded by weren't very nice people. And I'm sure that's the case on God, I'm going to sound like Donald Trump now. That was the case on both sides.
But that's how the caller, and how the likes of Sadiq Khan put it across. It's either one side or the other. Like, to be honest with you, we went today just sort of be nosy because we knew something was going on, and just want to see for ourselves how it was addressed.
But could you not have seen that from on TV at home? I mean, it's some way, isn't it, Portsmouth to London, just to have a look.
It's not really that far, but no, you don't, because it's selective what you see on TV as well, and you can never.
And so, what opinion did you come away with?
Just majority was great. It just seemed.
Right, so can we say that the majority on both sides were fine, and they were taking part in perfectly reasonable demonstrations, which were ruined by the usual numpties?
Yeah, 100%.
Right. Okay, Sam, I've got to go, but thanks. Yes, Belfast. Sorry to keep you waiting, Paul.
Yes, my original point was. Where do we look in the past and we're coming out look to the future? But that last caller there was an ex-serviceman, and he just shut him down. He was willing to give his life, so he was.
I just shut him down. What are you talking about? I was talking to him for about 10 minutes. He's a current serviceman, as far as I understand.
Yes, and he's in the Royal Marines, so he believes in the British and all the rest of it. So he does. Yeah. And what I was getting there was that you sort of just waved it off, and then you went to try to get the protest or the people that is against the protest, because all we've heard all week is Black Lives Matter, whereas it should be All Lives Matter.
Yeah, but don't you? Oh God, I really don't. I can't be bothered having this conversation with anybody, particularly you right now, Paul.
No, why?
I can't be bothered, to be honest. If you don't get it, then I'm not here to educate you. Look it up if you don't understand.
Understand what?
Like I said, look it up if you don't understand. I'm not here to educate you. Did you call to say something? Get it off your chest. Go ahead. Time's running out faster than you know.
Right, okay. Right, so at the original protest, instead of Black Lives Matter, it should have been All Lives Matter. And
so you're just going to repeat? You're going to repeat what you've already said. So is that it? You just that.
So you don't want to talk about All Lives Matter instead of Black Lives Matter? Just what about the rest?
Paul, of course, all lives matter. The whole point of Black Lives Matter is that black lives, particularly in America, haven't mattered as much, if at all.
But we're not in America. We're in the United Kingdom.
No, really?
A whole lot of
well, if only I'd known. Oh, you... I can't be bothered, Paul, honestly. 0345 6060 973. Portsmouth, again. Ali.
Hello.
Ali.
Yeah, speaking. I think every single statue, including with Churchill, should be stayed in a museum. Because of the history. We cannot change it.
Because they're history.
Then we cannot change it. Nothing can change it. It's history. So they should have some sort of like a QR code. When you go to the museum, you scan the barcode, and it tells you all about that person. I mean, I drive every day in London. 5 days a week. I'm a truck driver. Other people coming for holiday, they don't even know who that statue or who that person in there.
Yeah.
But if it's in a museum, you just scan the barcode, and then you know all about that person.
Well, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. Let's take all statues down. Why not?
Yeah.
The only statue that I particularly like in London at the moment is the one that that temporarily occupies the so-called fourth plinth in Trafalgar Square, which changes on a regular basis and is often some of the best public art in the country. The one that they got up there at the moment is really good.
Exactly. And also, we're making a space for the cycle lane, for the bicycle.
Take statues down to make more room for cycles.
We make more bigger space. It makes a huge difference.
Well, I'm not sure that that's a good argument, but yeah, I think that there should be more room for cycles in London.
I mean, if somebody wants to know about the history, they should
and they go to a museum.
Go to the museum.
Yeah,
then you got to have a QR barcode. You got your smartphone, you scan, and it tells you all about that person.
Right.
It doesn't matter what their background is. Could be someone from Gandhi, could be from Winston Churchill, as I respect, could be from anywhere from Africa.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the background is. It just...
Well, that's not such a bad idea. I think I like that idea. All right.
Yeah,
thanks a lot. All right. Thanks a lot, Ali. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the thing about statues in public is that people don't pay attention to them. They see them out the corner of their eye. It's some bloke on a horse. Got no idea who it is. People don't pay attention to history anyway. I mean, so dull.
Boring.
I know I don't. I pass statues every single day. I've got no idea who they are because who stands there reading the plaque? No one. Why not take them all down? Excellent idea. Stick them in a museum. This text says, what's the betting there will never be a statue of Boris Johnson? We can only hope. Well, I think the problem will be finding enough bronze. No offence. Stephen Hawley says, you're right about not being any strikes, because after the Tories strip away the trade unions after Brexit, they will be outlawed. What's the trade unions or the strikes? Or both, probably. I'm sure that would be on their wish list. Dave texts, the left don't do slogans, instead they emote, which is good because if you listen to what they actually say, it's incoherent drivel much of the time. Right. It's just... I love that everybody is just sweeping statements about anybody that they find disagreeable or have said something that they take umbrage at. It's not that individual things that they say are bad, it's that every single thing that they say, everything about them, from the top of their Mohican to the soles of their DM boots, you don't like anything about them. They emote. What on earth does that mean? Frank says, what you have out there right now are hobby agitators, just out for the hell of it, causing trouble for the buzz. Correct, Amundo! I think that's pretty much what I just said to that fellow I was talking to before the news. People pick fights because it's exciting. Of course they do. That's why they pick fights with other football fans outside stadia. Not because they really, really dislike anybody that comes from the other side of Manchester, for instance. But it's just exciting, that's all. Everybody likes, well, not everybody, but those people like splitting into tribes. And when two tribes go to war, how does it go? When two tribes go to war, something, 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 something. Very good song. 0345 6060 973. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Your last little monologue sort of has stolen some of my thunder, but nearly 50 years ago when I went to uni, the student union used to organise protests, and we were in Leeds, and they used to organise coaches to go down to London. And this could be anything to do with student grants when they actually existed, or race relations, or nuclear war, or whatever the protest was about. They put on a load of coaches. And there was a group of people there every time, maybe 20, 30, 40 people who weren't students. And I said to the organisers, what are they doing here? And they said, they're like a scrap. They make the thing newsworthy, so we take them down there with us so they can cause all the trouble. They know what they're doing, and they just enjoy a fight.
Yeah.
And these people went down on every protest. It didn't matter what it was. They were interested in the protest. They simply wanted to cause trouble in London. Coach down, sandwiches on the way back, and they'd have a good day out.
Yes, exactly.
And it's still going on today. It's the same thing.
It's human beings. We didn't become the most successful species on Earth because we're nice. We became the most successful species on Earth because of our belligerence, because we like fighting.
Absolutely. But just a little aside on this, can you answer me a question? The people are keen on pulling statues of slavers down, which is great in itself, no problem with that. But why is nobody campaigning to have the Colosseum bulldozed? It was built by slaves, serviced by slaves. They made slaves, i.e. gladiators, fight each other to the death. They fed Christians to the lions in there. But no one's suggesting that we bulldoze the Colosseum. Why not? It's the greatest symbol of slavery on the planet.
What, the Colosseum in Rome?
In Rome, yeah, it was built by slaves, serviced by slaves. They made gladiators who were slaves fight each other in there.
Yeah.
It's the greatest symbol of slavery on the planet, and yet no one's saying bulldoze the Colosseum.
Yes, but it's the difference is a statue is in celebration of an individual, whereas a building can be in celebration of the people that built that building. Like I was saying in the last hour about people. I like going to stately homes. And you go inside and you ask the person in there about the history of it. And I often probe about where did the money come from, for this fabulous place with sweeping gardens by Capability Brown. And you've got tapestries up to your eyeballs. Where did the money come from? And they're always a bit hesitant about, they had a business and blah, blah, blah. And you find out that it was either drugs, because we were heavily into drugs. I mean, that's how we got Hong Kong, isn't it? Because we parked our gunboats off China and demanded that they buy our drugs. And so they said, oh, all right, then, after we killed enough of them, and here's Hong Kong for your trouble. And if it's not drugs, then it was the slaves. But nobody's suggesting that we pull down the houses, because they are a testament to the people that built them, rather than, to me they are anyway, rather than to the people who paid for them.
Yeah, fair enough. Couple of good three-word slogans for the Labour Party while we're on it.
Go on.
Get rid of Boris, and Jacob Rees-Mogg ? 6 exclamation marks.
That's just Jacob Rees-Mogg ? Yeah.
And 6 exclamation marks.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. What do you think about those slogans, Boris?
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Yeah, how about that one? Would be a good idea. Donald Trump can't possibly have heard Boris expressing his deeply felt feelings about Donald Trump, because otherwise we'd be, we'd probably be at war right now.
Stand him.
This anonymous text says, all week BLM have been smashing shops and attacking the police. Why are you not calling them thugs? Well, you're not listening very carefully, are you? I said over and over again in the last hour that the people on both sides who are kicking off were numpties. But they don't represent all of the people on both sides. The people who were smashing shops and attacking the police today and during the week and last weekend are morons. Regardless of which side they were on, regardless of what placard they arrived with. I don't know how much clearer I can be. Liverpool, David.
Hiya, Nick.
David.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. You were just mentioned, with the shops opening on Monday, but listening to the last hour or so, these people, doesn't matter what side, they shouldn't be there. We've got a pandemic on.
Well, there's
still,
that. Yeah.
And we were told, they've been told, but as you say, they want to go there. They want to, stick the chest out. So I was there, I was fighting with so-and-so. The morons. Absolute morons. But I've been in isolation like a lot of people. But I've been about sort of 15 weeks now when it first started.
15 weeks?
Yeah, I'm climbing the walls.
I bet.
And living on my own, like, but I'm pleased in some way that the shops are opening, but in many ways, I don't really want to go out.
No.
And that's, how I feel. I mean, food and all stuff, my brother does that for me. He's online and his wife, and I get a delivery every week. I'd be lost without him.
Yeah.
And his missus.
How have you managed to get a delivery every week? Because I tried and I just gave up.
Well,
I just decided to go to the shops, to the supermarket in person.
Well, you know what he does? He phones me up and he said, I was on to such and such last night, and I didn't get through till 20 past midnight. And I said, well, I've got you the delivery for such a date, and I've got you one for the week after. But, he's up very late to try to get these, slots. So,
right.
But
I just gave up because day after day after day, I would refresh the page for hours on end to see if there were any slots that became available. And I only managed it twice in about 2 months.
Yeah. So, but they've been great. But, yeah, I'm just a bit sort of, I'm not frightened. I'm just a bit wary, in going out.
Yeah.
And obviously I'd have to get either a taxi or public transport, because I've no vehicle myself. I don't drive.
Yeah.
But
I'd go on public transport. I mean, I'm not recommending that you do that, but if it were down to me, I think I'd rather be in a large space with a few people than a very, very confined space with one person who has been in the company of a lot of people.
Exactly, yeah. But I've been under the bed about the last 40 minutes. We've had that much lightning and thunder.
Really?
And the rain, so, but...
well, we did need it, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if we hadn't had this last week or so of rain, then we'd have had hosepipe bans and we'd have been told not to have baths. And, God, can you imagine the smell?
I've only just bought a new hosepipe and they're talking about banning it.
Yeah.
But as I say, the callers tonight, but, just before I go, if you don't mind, Trump, of all people, the Bible standing in front of that church, and then he's cancelled the first rally because it lands on the I think is it the 18th of June, and it's to do with
Juneteenth. Yeah.
Juneteenth, yeah, but.
Like, that wasn't his plan in the first place. Like, that was just a coincidence. Oh, please.
Yeah. I don't think, to be honest, I don't suppose he knew what the date was. He's just a moron.
No, I bet he did. I think he's much more calculated than he lets on. It's all planned, I reckon it is, yeah.
But, as I say, I haven't phoned for a good few months, but...
So you're not going to be rushing out to any shops anytime soon?
No. Do you know what? Can't wait. I can't wait for the footy seasons to start because Liverpool have waited 30 years for the Premier League.
Yeah.
And when all this started, I thought, this summing up, particularly after last season, 97 points and still losing to City. But just people. With all what's going on, they've got to make sure they're responsible.
Well, I think that's gone out the window. I mean, I saw parks that I passed today coming here were absolutely rammed, and there were just large groups of people, all who were, not all of them, but many of whom were having barbecues, which you can't do in a park apart from anything else. And I think social distancing's gone out the window. I think it started to go wrong when Gollum went to Durham. When Dominic Cummings did his little trip. I think that, and we shouldn't have done it, but I think that a lot of people thought, you know what, forget that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay attention anymore. I'm really sorry, but I have to go because... One minute, please. Have I done the break yet?
I think so.
Oh, have I? Oh, I got rid of that bloke too soon. Anyway, thanks a lot, David. I've got to go anyway.
Thank you, Nick.
Cheers, mate. Ta-da. Yeah, shops. They're going to be throwing open their doors on Monday, and Boris Johnson is going to go to a shop in order to encourage us to go out.
Here we go. Okay.
Anybody want to follow Boris anywhere?
No.
Chancellor Rishi Sunak has advised MPs to follow the PM's lead and to step out into high streets in their own constituencies to relieve the public's fears. Well, is that going to work? Does anybody feel like their local MP can relieve their fears? Government scientists have told ministers that the 2-metre rule can be relaxed by businesses after lockdown as long as they introduce other measures, like pretending that the virus won't come back. Those kind of measures. Officials are contacting businesses directly to find out how they are planning to keep shoppers safe, we are led to believe. Really? Well, that's interesting. There's 306,000 shops in this country. Exactly how are officials going to contact them, I wonder? Hundreds of shops are busily preparing for the expected stampede of customers on Monday when they fling open their doors for the first time since the lockdown. Stampede. Well, I guess we'll find out. Maybe it'll all go very, very well. But I doubt it. Oxford Street in central London eased back to something approaching normality as employees at flagship stores started readying for the expected flood of shoppers. Westminster Council billboards urging pedestrians to keep 2 metres apart were stationed on pavements, which are expected to be rammed next week. Expected or hoped to be. And I hope that they are. But, you know, shops were all in big trouble before the virus because we don't shop in shops anymore. We buy online with tax-avoiding foreign mega sites and then complain that the high street is nothing but charity shops, as though the two things aren't connected. Retailers are under strict instructions from ministers to enforce rigid social distancing to avoid raising the infection rate. They're going to be very, very strict. There's going to be queues outside, fitting rooms will be off limits, a maximum limit on the number of customers allowed in a store at any one time. It's like 1 in, 1 out. There'll be protective screens at tills and hand sanitizers. You'll get squirts all over the place, which are all reasons to stay at home and shop on Amazon. And I really hope that doesn't happen. I've been banging on about the death of the high street for years now. All of the money that used to flow, I mean, if people listen to this show a lot, you'll be able to say this along with me. All of the money that used to flow virtuously around the economy is now flooding out, draining out, it is, to sit in the account of a man with a space rocket fetish. But we keep avoiding British shops owned by British Britons who pay their British taxes because they can't avoid paying their British taxes. And we spend all of our money with online giants that don't pay taxes so they can undercut the shops that we claim we're so attached to. And there's a boatload of them going to open on Monday. HMV is going to reopen. Fenwick, John Lewis, Sports Direct, Selfridges, House of Fraser, Harrods, all opening at least to some of their stores and hoping for the best, which is pretty much how it's been for physical stores for years now. They open up and they hope for the best, expecting the worst. So this is happening in England. All non-essential retailers will be allowed to reopen on Monday, but shops will only legally be allowed to reopen if they are COVID secure. Whatever that means. But you better know what that means, because it comes with a fine if you ain't. £1,000 to shop owners as a fine if you have not carried out adequate risk assessments. It remains to be seen the extent to which shoppers will be willing to put up with social distancing measures in stores, with many tired of queuing for supermarkets and pharmacies and DIY chains. So we'll see. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Echoing these concerns, Primark said that as long as the social distancing is required, we expect it to restrict the capacity of our busiest stores from achieving their aggregate pre-COVID-19 sales. Which is a long way around of saying... and it's us what done it. This thing is going to speed up all of the changes that were just trundling along. This is like being put in a tube and shot forward in time. It's going to increase automation. No, don't mind about the shops that are going to close and the businesses that are going to fold. The businesses that are actually successful will automate like mad now, because people seem to be the weak link. Robots aren't, well, I was going to say robots aren't subject to viruses, but not computer viruses, this kind of virus. They can continue working 24 hours a day. They don't need sick leave. They don't need maternity leave. They don't need holidays. They don't complain about pay. None of that. Also, people are going to start working at home with everything that comes with that. Or the infrastructure that's around office blocks, sandwich shops, business persons' shirt shops, flower sellers, all of that. All of that infrastructure that clings around massive office facilities, which are going to be empty from now on. The people that own the offices, what are they going to do? There's no end of changes that are coming. Public transport, we're going to have to completely rethink that. Just as we have just about, I was going to say perfected, but it's been improved in London particularly so much just lately. And now there's not going to be anybody using it anymore. The changes that are coming are huge, and particularly shopping in person in a store. I mean, if you're in want of clothes, why would you go into a clothes shop if they don't even allow you to try on the clothes? You just sit there ordering stuff online, and then a post person will come down your driveway, and every day will be like your birthday. Better for you personally. I mean, we seem to have already made that decision. We like shopping online. But we also decry the death of the high street as though that has nothing to do with us. This text said... Oh, no, I read that. This one says, I'm a white grandma to a 3-year-old mixed-race granddaughter. She is mine and my husband's life. To think that people look at her and disrespect her based on the colour of her skin makes me feel sick. I will protect her until I die from racism. What? No, wait. Back up. I will protect her until I die from racism. Yeah, that makes more sense. 0345 6060 973. Falkirk, Raymond.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Abbott. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm very well, thanks.
I'm a big fan. My wife's a big fan. I've got a son that stays in Luxembourg, and he was the first person to mention your name, sir, to me. I'm a bit older, if you follow me, but
yeah.
I like your slant, and I like your tongue-in-cheek at times, and you do make a lot of sense when you're being serious. But the reason why I phoned, if you bear with me, I'm a kind of elderly guy, so I might stammer and stutter as I go along, but I feel that at the moment, I think England could be heading, I know this sounds a bit crazy maybe, an English civil war. We've got on the horizon, we've got unemployment going to be big style. You've got Brexit on the horizon.
Yep.
I think we're led by the Frankie Herd of politics, namely Mr. Boris Johnson. That's my opinion. He has as much gobbledygook as Stanley Unwin. I don't know if you remember Stanley Unwin. He was a professor of gobbledygook.
Yes, I do, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
Wait. Yeah, Stanley Unwin.
Yes, if you look at Stanley Unwin, I think he died about 50 years ago. It shows you what age I am. But I honestly feel, I know it sounds as if I'm being flippant. I'm not. I'm Scottish, which means that people might say, well, what is he doing on the phone? Unfortunately, I'm looking up, I think,
well,
I'm being serious. I think on the horizon...
Raymond, a Scotsman invented the phone. It's perfectly okay for you to use one.
Well, look, obviously, at the last kind of hour and a half or whatever, I've really got a history of Britain, which really, at times it can be brain-numbing for a guy at my age. I'm 75 going in 90.
75 years old?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks very much. I appreciate that. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm not gloating, I'm not being flippant. It's a very serious situation. And there's certain things I care about which are important. And I look at things, and at times I shrug my shoulders. I feel like I'm Geronimo waiting in the buffalo coming back. I know in Scotland we have Rangers Celtic, that's a religious aspect. So I'm not oblivious to what's going on. But I honestly feel, and I mean this, Nick, I mean this very sincerely, that I look and I tend to kind of go with the underdog, if you follow me. I'm always on the side of the person that comes off maybe second best. But at the moment, I look and I'm seeing a form of English nationalism. Now, I'm not saying we don't have extreme left or extreme right, but on my life, if you think about this is the last 2 or 3 years, I've noticed what's going on. I've noticed with the idea of the Brexit thing, the election, the proroguing Parliament, lying to the Queen. We have Matt Hancock. Honestly, on my life, I cannot make head nor tail of him. We have Michael Gove. He has a perpetual astonishment look on him. On my life, I'm looking at people. The standard of MPs are absolutely abhorrent.
Well, I've said it before. If the cabinet were an actual pool of talent, it wouldn't be deep enough to drown in.
Wonderful. Yes, you've hit the nail exactly on the head. And could I say something to you, Nick? If you don't mind, I'm sorry. I've now got my blood pressure's going through the roof. I'll probably 999 before the night's finished. Yeah. But could I say something to you, please, as a professional? I mean this very sincerely. And you can't say anything now because a lot of the people are treacherous, or it's this, or it's treason, and whatever. Could I say something, please? Social media, we know it's all different now, but we have a situation where they're now trying to segregate journalists, or they're trying to block out the Channel 4 or the BBC 2 at the news night, or not speak to whether it's Piers Morgan. If you follow, you have a wonderful... Apart from yourself, you've got Eddie Mayer, you've got James O'Brien, who are wonderful interviewers, etc., etc. But you can't ask anybody a question because they just keep going on and on. And this is like, it was like Brexit. If you ask, how's your ingrown toenail, how's your hump in your back, they just keep talking about get Brexit done.
Well, get Brexit done, yeah. This is why I think that the right keep winning, is because they are very, very...
wonderful, yes.
They're very disciplined in just repeating the same message over and over and over again. And that's what sticks with people. Get Brexit done. Build the wall. Make America great again. Those kind of things.
101% spot on, Mr. Abbott. I mean that. And it's frustrating for me because I know, up here in Scotland, could I just say this, and I know you're busy, got callers coming in, and I'm not meaning to take up much of your time. But really, it's frustration with me. But I'm looking up here, and what we have up here, I've been Labour all my days. Whether it's right or wrong, that's me. I'm what I am, end of. And up here in Scotland, we've got one MP, so we've either got a choice up here of Scottish independence, or we have down south, which is not for me. It's not the like the whole of England, but I think it's a little England. It's a little Englander thing where the idea, it's like a war, it's tribal. So we've got Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage, the EDL, the BNP. Jeez,
all right. But you know what, Raymond? I grew up in Scotland, so I...
What part of Scotland was that?
Edinburgh.
Oh, Edinburgh. I'm 25 miles. I can be there in 25 minutes. Yeah,
all right. I'll see you at the bridge. And I know that there are well, you call them little Englanders, but there are little nationalists on both sides whose entire political thought processes are just to take back. Oh, there's that phrase again.
Control. Exactly. Take back control.
Yeah.
Take back control.
Above and over everything else, and neither are completely right. Why can't we all just get along? Raymond, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Glenn in Tipton says, you seem to be straddling two horses. First you say that the right wing are thugs, then you say that the left wing are thugs. You don't seem to be able to make your mind up. Of course I made my mind up, Glenn. My mind is that, or the thing that I have made up my mind about is that the thugs are thugs, regardless of what kind of placard they're waving about. That's my mind that is made up. How can you not understand that already? I must have said that till I am red and blue in the face. A sort of magenta hue. H texts, the economy needs priming to help restore public confidence. Where to find the cash? A windfall tax. Supermarkets, insurance and Amazon to start. The tech giants need to pay taxes. I know that's going to come as a shock. What a revolutionary concept, eh? But you can't keep getting away with not paying any taxes on making billions and billions and billions of pounds. How have we let that happen? To be clear, the tech giants pay all of the taxes that are legally due in every jurisdiction in which they do business.
Correct.
They keep saying over and over and over again. Talk about sticking to the message. It's like they've all got the same lawyer. It's weird, they all say precisely that. We pay all of the taxes that are due in every jurisdiction in which we do business. It's just that we employ hundreds of people in giant shiny buildings to comb through the regulations to find a way around them. Legally. As though that makes it right. Of course it doesn't blooming well make it right. But, again, it's our fault. Jeff Bezos didn't take our money, we gave it to him. Because he offered us a small convenience and a discount of 10 pence. That's as superficial as we are. And so we sit at home, we comb through the internet, we buy stuff we don't need with money we haven't got. And the banks and the credit card people do a little happy clappy dance because we're getting ourselves in ever greater amounts of debt. I mean, the amount of debt that we've got already, never mind about the virus and everything that's going to go on with that. The debt that we have up to our hairy armpits. And so there's that, but there's also the people that now supply everything. And the virus has made them practically a monopoly. I mean, it's practically like water and gas and electricity now. It's become a utility. And we know how they set up their finances in order to skirt the rules that we, poor dopes who do pay taxes, can't. And we're perfectly happy doing that. And then, in the very next breath, we complain that the high street's nothing but estate agents and charity shops now, as though it's got nothing to do with us. It's ridiculous. And I really do hope that this gives us the impetus, this virus, and the imminent destruction of the economy, gives us the impetus to change the way in which we shop. Worried Fiona texts, Nick, this is really important. Look up the government directives for shop owners, as I did today. I will not. I don't want to, and you can't make me. She says the directives are full of weasel words, which basically mean shops don't have to adhere to anything. It's up to the shop if they follow the advice, which is why the virus will continue. Look it up, Nick, says Fiona. No, I'm certainly not going to do that. Paul, Teresa.
Oh, hi.
Teresa.
Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for making your call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a dress in that purple tone of hue that you've got on, actually.
You'd look fantastic in purple. Do you mind me saying that?
Oh, listen, I think, whatever. But listen, I've got so much to say about other things, but I'm going to keep it on point, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, because of the brazen pal thing down here and everything, but let's keep it on point. The thing is that, okay, the shops are going to be opening Monday, like clothes shops and things which I'd be interested in, and going for a coffee with a friend outside or something.
Yeah.
But, you know, there is absolutely no way people where I live, in my community, we've all been, like, following the rules, doing everything right, and I believe we do come under maybe the southwest bit where the R1 may be a bit higher.
Right.
We won't be doing it.
What do you mean it? What won't you be doing?
Okay, going into the stores.
Oh, right.
I would love to go out and do shopping with friends and but you wouldn't be able to try the clothes on because they would have to be, the clothes would be put in quarantine for 72 hours.
Right.
And I love reading, and I'm not one of those people that has a Kindle, so I actually do love books. And when I've
Books.
read
Oh,
them,
yeah, I remember books.
Boring.
Yeah, books.
Oh, sorry. Please don't say I'm boring, but I just love them. And then I put them into the local library.
Yeah.
So how do you go into Waterstones that's going to open shortly?
Well, I actually hadn't thought about libraries. How are libraries going to operate?
Oh, but I'm not, because I haven't been able to go to the library for months. You can't even go in because they're all locked down here in Bournemouth.
Right.
Because you can't use the internet down there. You can't. Well, they're closed.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Right.
So.
Yes. Whatever they've got in there, you can't use it because they're shut. Yeah.
Exactly. But going back to clothes stores and things like that, I wouldn't be comfortable. And I know so much. I've been a businesswoman in the past, actually, in Spain and Australia. But and also a carer for my mother who died of dementia. But thank God, before this COVID came in, because I wouldn't have been able to have visited her.
Yeah.
But and apologies, not apologies, but heartfelt for all the people who have been affected by the care home.
Yeah. But let's get back to the shops. What if they? What if they said it's one in, one out, and you have to? We only got one person in the shop at a time. You queue outside, and we're going to wipe everything down with disinfectant.
Right. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened in some of the supermarkets around here, actually. There's been, I won't name the stores, but you could go into some of the smaller ones, not the massive ones, but the smaller ones.
Corner
is what
shops.
I'm saying.
Corner shops.
Yeah, but of the big 5 or 6 that have the smaller ones.
Yeah.
No hand sanitizers, no distancing, people just rummaging around, bumping into each other and everything.
Rummaging around?
for the bananas and avocados and, hummus and, I do live on the South Coast, but what I'm saying is, I'm making a joke of it, but it's absolutely serious, because how can you go into a clothes store? What are you meant to do? Just pick the size you think is right, take it home.
Yeah, and then you got to come all the way back again if it's not. I know.
And are they going to take the returns?
Well, they'll have to.
And then put them into quarantine. But even the people coming in from overseas aren't even being put into quarantine properly. So how are the books and the clothes going to be put into quarantine?
So have you been buying stuff? Have you been buying stuff online?
No. To be really fair, listen, I don't want to. I was trying to be funny and everything, but a serious factor is I'm about to lose my job, and times are hard for myself, so I don't have disposable income. I'm on my own,
so you're not going to be going out to splashing money that you haven't got around anyway?
No, the money I've spent, the only thing I've spent online is actually food shopping.
Food, yeah.
And even that, I've had to quarantine when it's come into the house.
Yeah, I spend more time cleaning the stuff that I buy in the supermarket than it takes to go to the supermarket and buy it.
Or even cook it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I take eggs out of the box and wash the eggs individually. God. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, the other day, the lady, because I only go when it's very, very quiet, and she said, I'll just check your eggs. I said, please don't touch them. That's how crazy it's got.
Well, at least I don't wash the inside of the eggs. I only restrict myself to washing the outside.
I think a medical person would have to do that, would they? Like, how would you do that?
I've got no
What's
idea.
the inside of the egg?
Yeah, what's the inside of the egg? Yeah.
Okay, you said it. But
Just a bit of soap and water. That's all. Yeah, Teresa, I'm gonna have to go, but I wish you all the best. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. This text says, for years, everyone who went clothes shopping never had a problem with other people's private parts being inside a pair of jeans, etc., before they tried them on.
Disgusting.
Oh. Probably even wearing the same underwear as the day before.
Dreadful.
I'm glad everything is going to be fumigated now. It's fantastic, said that anonymous texter. That's right. Oh my God, I'm going to have to set fire to absolutely everything in my wardrobe now. It might have been in contact with somebody's, area. Here's Brighton. Delphine.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Really interesting show this evening. I've been listening with interest, and I just wanted to sort of follow up on a couple of points that you raised, because I think you were sort of spot on, and I know a couple of occasions you felt a little bit exasperated, because I noticed the same with James O'Brien. You just seem to have to keep repeating your stance over and over again.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is with some of these people is, even the soldier in Portsmouth, they actually have an agenda. And, I mean, I'm a black female, and I know this, and experience has taught me this well, is often when they come to criticise you, they're actually, it's not about the issue they're criticising you about, they just want the opportunity to criticise you. So you can tie yourself up in knots, spending hours, counter-arguing, trying to clarify what you meant, but they're actually not interested, and they go away with exactly the same opinion, And when you were talking about the messaging on the left and the right, I'm finding this really interesting at the moment, because I've even thought about adopting the right's tactic of using these sort of three-word symbols, because it seems to get this really effect, get Brexit
Of course.
done,
There's about time the left started taking tricks out of the right's book.
Well, this is where you go. And I looked at this and I thought, well, could I really do that? And I actually thought, when I was listening to you speaking earlier and you mentioned this, and I thought, could Nick really do it? And I thought, actually, I think people who are principled would struggle with that, because one of the things about being principled is about being authentic. And we don't like adopting catchphrases.
Well, Delphine, it comes down to this. Do you want to win or not?
Well,
or do you want, or does the left want to be perpetually the underdog?
Therein lies the problem.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden in America can pontificate with his long words and his multiple syllables for as long as he likes, but in a mask, and it will not beat Donald Trump just repeating the same three-word slogan without a mask.
No, I know.
I'm really worried. Well, I would be surprised if Donald Trump lost. With everything that he's got going against him, I still think he's going to win, because for several reasons. One, the right do tend to have the ability to stick to the message, get us an easy to remember slogan and just repeat it over and over and over again. And
I'm not sure they will.
And if anybody tries to get you off the point, don't let them. Just keep repeating the same thing again and again. Don't wear a mask in public, even if it's going to protect people's lives, because it makes you look weak.
Yeah.
And every time I see Joe Biden speaking in a mask, I think, take it off. It doesn't go down well on television. It's on TV that this is going to be won, same as in this country.
But the thing is, Nick, what I think happened previously, and it's really interesting to observe, there were ethnic minorities that voted for Trump, and I remember seeing them and thinking, what are you thinking? And they were saying, oh, no, he's not racist.
Well, same with women.
That's out the bag.
Same with women. He won with white women, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are they,
now the
what are they
cat's out
thinking
the bag.
of? Yeah.
Yeah. The difference is now is what happens is everything goes in cycles. I mean, I'm an ex-financial advisor, and I remember when I was doing my training many years ago, they were saying that everything goes in cycles, and it does. Boom, bust. And I'm noticing that with the political cycle, which aligns with the economic cycle, really. When resources are scarce, people tend to go more to the right and they want to blame others. But the problem is, with this populist message that's become really prevalent of late, masterminded by Trump, and copycatted by Boris Johnson, who's now, you notice they're both rowing back a little bit because they've gone too far. Because I said to my friend a couple of months ago, I said, look, these people are getting very cocky. They're going to over-egg the pudding, and what's going to happen is they're going to unleash the dogs. And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, when you take the message very far to the right and you make some of these fascists feel really emboldened that instead of protecting the statue, I mean, I would have respected them if they'd gone to London and stood around the statues and just looked at the police and said, we're protecting the statues. I'd have said, okay, fair play. But they didn't do that. They were up there drinking. One was weeing next to one of the statues and fighting with the police. And
but those weren't patriots; those were numpties. Particularly, I'm talking specifically about the people that caused trouble on both sides. Were numpties?
Yeah, they're numpties. But the problem is that what I'm getting at is the message that Trump and Boris have been promoting has unleashed those people. And the problem is now Boris and Trump want the economy to get back together, and Trump wants people to start going to his hotels and making the country money. Yeah. Well, that's not going to happen anytime soon because the divide has got very wide.
Well, that's where we part company with that thought, because I think that there is no far to the there isn't a place that's too far to the right for Donald Trump, because that's where his fans want him to go, and all he has to do is get all of the people that voted for him last time to vote for him this time, and he'll win regardless of the opposition. And the thing with the Boris Johnson is he can do whatever he blooming well likes for another 4 years. That's the nature of our system.
What the hell is going on?
Beats me, Donny. This text says, let's get a sense of reality. Oh, reality. God, wouldn't that... You remember reality?
No.
Let's get a sense of reality. There are extremists in both camps, but don't let either camp split the divide of the majority who are respectful of all minorities and acknowledge structural inequalities and want to address these. What? Shall I read that again?
Negative.
In closing, don't let extremists on either end win the battle. Correctamundo. Peter Parker tweets... Really, Peter Parker. We bailed the banks out with billions when they screwed the country through stupidity. It's time they bailed us out now. Well, let's ask them. Hey, banks, you going to bail us out now?
No.
Yeah, it's a no.
No.
No. They didn't screw the country through stupidity. They did very, very well out of it. The lesson that the banks learned was that they can do any kind of criminality that they can dream up in order to make money in the short term, and they won't get bitten in the long term. We'll pick up the pieces. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Alana tweets, Nick, I'm laying in bed listening to your show through a speaker in my pillow. Less of the flipping trumpets nearly blew my ear off. What trumpets? Oh, these. That. What's a speaker? You have a speaker in your pillow. Is that wise? Eastbourne. Robert.
Hello, Nick. I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, good man.
Okay. A little bit nervous.
Me too. It's frightening, isn't it?
Yes. About Monday.
Yes.
I'm in desperate need of new footwear.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't do online shopping. I don't have a computer. I don't even own a smartphone.
What?
No.
Oh, step into the 1990s, Robert. You never know, you might like it.
Point is that when I go to the shoe shop,
yeah,
will they let me try the new footwear on?
It seems hard to believe that they will, because they'll have to then put everything that anybody tries on in a box and let it sit let it stew for 72 hours. See what grows.
Well, Nick, okay.
What kind of footwear have you got in mind there, Robert?
Sorry?
What kind of thing have you got in mind there? What are you going to buy?
Casual footwear.
Casual footwear?
Yes.
What, like what?
Footwear. Oh, walking boots. I need some new walking boots.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, desperately.
Where are you going?
Sports Direct, probably.
No, I mean, No, I don't mean that. I mean, where are you walking to? Anywhere special or just out?
I do a lot of walking over the downs.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Sounds a delight.
Yes. Donald Trump, I don't think he'll win in November.
I bet he will.
I think I'm hedging my bets on Joe Biden.
Yeah. Why did it have to be Joe Biden? I mean, the guy looks like he looks like a piece of fruit that's been left out in the sun. It looks like he's been desiccated, like he's been dried out like a prune. I mean, he's about 1,000 years old. Why did it have to be him?
Well, I don't know. Another 4 more years of Donald Trump could be disastrous.
Well, it's already been disastrous. It could be catastrophic, I think is the word you're looking for. All right, well, the best of luck with your footwear there, Robert. I wish you all the best. Try sandals. Sandals with a pair of black socks. That's a fantastic look for a person of your age. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Enfield. Ruler.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm great, mate. How are you?
It's been a while. I'm all right, thank you.
Yeah. Well, let me just say...
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm really glad you got your jingles back.
Yeah, they're all here. In perfect harmony.
I love that one.
Yeah. My favourite.
Yes, now after all this isolating, lockdown, the department store, I work in a department store which opens up on Monday.
Oh.
Although I won't be going back as yet. But
why not?
Well, because I'm not one of the first ones to go in.
Oh, okay. So they're opening the whole place or just bits of it?
I'm assuming it's going to be the whole place, although not all the till points are going to be open.
Yeah.
There's going to be, they're going to see how it goes, I suppose,
Right, don't tell me what the shop is, but does it sell clothes and...
It sells everything.
Everything.
All different
Right, okay.
types of stuff. So the department I'm on is sheets, duvets, that type of stuff,
Yeah.
pillows. And I'm a bit concerned about how I'm going to tell people,
Don't touch
about
that.
the product.
Yeah, don't touch it.
At a distance. If you have a look at that one at the end, it's going to be a bit strange.
Yeah. No fingering the goods, people.
Yeah, I mean, the customer service that we usually, what used to doing is not going to be the same anymore. So
Yeah. So what have they told you then about your new working environment?
Well, they're getting it all prepared at the moment. I'm pretty sure it is all prepared now. But it's all going to be spaced out like all the other supermarkets and that.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to wait outside, 2 meters apart and all that stuff.
So how many people are they going to allow in? Do you have any idea?
It's quite a big store, so I mean, I don't know. I don't
It's difficult, isn't it, really? Because if they allow, say, 50 people in a massive store, say, I don't know, but say it's over 5 floors and it's a huge place and they allow 50 people in, that would seem like it would be, space enough to distance. Yeah. But if every single one of those 50 people wants to go to the cosmetics counter, for instance, then then they're all in big trouble.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a while until we, everything, we get used to how it's going to be and, how it's all going to work because, it's still early days.
So you're going to have to wear a mask?
I don't know. I don't like the thought of speaking behind one of those things.
No.
I feel that
that's the whole
I'd rather
point,
keep my distance.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole point of going to a store is customer service, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the whole point of where I work, and and that's what I enjoy doing. So shouting at people across the across the way is going to be which pillow were you talking about?
Yeah.
So it is going to be quite difficult. And I'm a bit concerned. I'm a bit concerned until I get used to it, and Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, at least you've got a position to go back to.
Yeah. Well,
so far.
I'm assuming I'm going to go.
Yeah. So far. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. So it's. How about you? Are you going to go shopping on Monday?
No.
You don't like shopping, actually,
Well, I'm not a big shopping person,
Yeah.
really. Shopping for clothes just drives me up the wall. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
And
But
and there's nothing else I really need apart from food.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really like shopping for myself. So if I want something, I like to go in and out of the shop, have a quick look, and come out.
Smash
I
and
don't know
grab.
how I'm going to do that now.
Yeah.
Waiting outside half an hour, going inside, and then quickly coming out.
Nightmare. No, I just want to get in, get it, and get out.
Yeah, that's what I do usually. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you push in, to the front.
No pushing.
No pushing.
All right, thanks a lot, Ruler. And
Thank
the best of luck with your first day back. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, everything's about to change. Unless everything doesn't change. Unless the shops open their doors on Monday, expecting a wave of relieved customers and receive nothing. I'm expecting nothing. I'm with Boris Johnson on this. I can't believe I just said that. I think Boris Johnson is completely correct in every respect. We should get out there and start shopping. There's a lot of people who've gone through this last almost 3 months now, and they've got more money than they did before because they haven't been out there spending. They've managed to keep their job because they've got a middle class white collar job that they can do at home, and everything's fine and dandy. Get out there and start spending money, but particularly with people that have a physical presence and can't avoid paying their blooming taxes. Let's keep the money in this country, as opposed to what we've been doing up to this point, spending all of the money that we've got and tons that we don't on stuff we don't need, on online retailers that are based on a moon circling Jupiter for tax purposes. The money's just draining out of the country. Let's rebuild the high street. We can actually come out of this and become a better place to be. We can we can live in a country that's less polluted for a start. I mean, if we're going to be working at home, that's great. Let's hang on to that and not drive as much as we used to. In the last couple of weeks, there's been so many people getting about the centre of town, I've noticed, on bike. Way more than there were before. In fact, it's a little bit scary because there's like malevolent groups of youths on wheels. And they may not actually be doing anything wrong. They may just be getting about the place. But it's a bit alarming because there aren't any cars. There's just kids on bikes. And because there's no cars, they just seem to not respect the rules of the road. And the kids on those electric scooter things as well, which I don't think are illegal yet. Breaking the law. But both of those things would be a benefit to the human race. I mean, people with asthma have had a marvellous time. Nature has had a marvellous time since we've been locked in. Have you noticed? Insects are back. Splattered all over the front of my car. And you have to scrape it, just like living in the 1970s. You've got to scrape a hole that you can see through your windscreen now. There's so many dead insects on there. Let's cling on to that. Let's start spending money with companies that will benefit the country, rather than with people that are already billionaires. They've got a space rocket fetish. Let's make better decisions about where we spend our money and what we spend our money on. And then we might actually pull a little success from the jaws of defeat. Who's with me? Hands in the air. Keep them up while I count. No one.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, and sick and dangerous. Don't forget that. Jamie texts, why are the police not fining or cautioning protesters for breaking social distancing rules? When you have Granny getting collared for being the 7th person to turn up at a family garden gathering. Well, I doubt the latter. But they have been giving out fines. Boatloads of them. Tens of thousands of fines have been given out, much to my surprise. There's been no end of fines being given out But not today. Not in the parks that I passed by, which were absolutely rammed with large groups of people all sitting close to each other, completely ignoring the fact that it might be dangerous to their lives. Max says, the UK should just build its own version of Amazon and boot them out. We've got our own versions of Amazon. It's called Shops. You know, even if you are concerned about going to stores, you can buy. Now, I'm not suggesting that Amazon is a bad company and it's run by a bad man, and that you shouldn't buy stuff on Amazon. Probably everybody in the whole wide world, outside of China, buys stuff on Amazon. China has got their own Amazon. But don't buy everything in the same place. I mean, come on. I'm making an effort. I mean, the stuff that I buying, I'm doing my very, very best to try and source from the actual manufacturer, if it's a British product, instead of just doing the easy thing and buying it from a mega site from which you can get everything. Try just tracking down what it is that you're after from the original manufacturer, assuming it's a British company. I mean, that's the least you can do. Kath in Bromley says, masses of people browse supermarket shelves, picking things up, putting them back, squeezing and prodding the fruit and veg, which are not then quarantined for days. So why do clothes and books have to be? It doesn't make sense. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, stop fingering the fruit, people. That's a good point, yeah. I know I do. I mean, I feel guilty for doing it, but it's been so ingrained in me that you pick up something from a supermarket shelf and it says, best before tomorrow, and you think, well, there's probably something at the back of the shelf there that's best before a date next week. I'll look for that. And so I do. I am very sorry.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I apologise. So not only are shops about to open, but pubs and restaurants may also be about to open. Pubs and restaurants and shops can ignore the 2-metre rule when they reopen, but, and it's a big but, they should ban singing and shouting because it spreads the coronavirus. Groovy. Not groovy, the other one. That one. I get them mixed up. One's called groovy and one's called goofy. Goofy, you idiot. When restaurants and pubs reopen, they're going to have to ban singing and shouting because it spreads the coronavirus. That means that businesses could have staff working closer together, just as long as they don't do the okey-cokey. Government scientists have told ministers and businesses that they could bring in new rules, such as regular breaks and getting workers to sit side by side to make it safer for people to be within 1 metre of each other. Not 2 metres, 1 metre. It's safer if you sit side by side. Really? So that's all it takes to avoid getting the virus? Sit side by side? Couldn't we have done that instead of locking ourselves away for 3 months? Papers drawn up by the government's scientific advisors outline possible options to kickstart the economy, including staggering working hours, working in smaller groups, video conferencing, and increased cleaning. Other ideas also included the use of antimicrobial surfaces and replacing door handles with sensors, none of which your average pub or restaurant or shop will be able to afford to do. I mean, the big ones, perhaps, but not your ordinary average restaurant, pub, bar or shop. I mean, and as for the cleaning, I suspect that businesses will make a big show of cleaning for a while. Like hotels. I mean, they're talking about taking extra cleaning regimes, really seriously. But, I mean, come on. Cleaners are among the worst paid people in the country. Are we really expecting them to become enthusiastic microbial eliminators? Like they're sanitising an operating theatre? It'll last a week. And then we'll all go back to smearing the filth around so that it becomes too thin to see and pretend it's clean. But we haven't got much choice now because the economy is holed under the waterline. This ship's going down. And as we rely disproportionately on the services sector for our daily bread, we'll have to hold our breath and get out there. But no shouting or singing. Absolutely no happiness. You can't be happy. Pubs could be banned from playing loud music to prevent customers from having to shout. You won't be able to talk loudly. So they're going to have to turn off the music, which is going to irk pubs and bars greatly because they play loud music to make their customers drink more quickly. I ain't making that up. That's a fact. It's true. You drink more quickly if you stand up, if you don't have anywhere to put your drink down, and if there's loud music. So if we're all sitting down and there is no loud music and you've got places to put your drink, maybe we'll all become more sensible drinkers. I'm kidding, of course. To make it easier for pubs with gardens to trade in poor weather, ministers plan to double the time that they are allowed to erect marquees from 28 to 56 days. And cafes and restaurants wanting to put out pavement tables and chairs currently need an outdoor seating licence from the local authority, which can take weeks to approve. Ministers want to slash approval times and are considering axing the fee, which can be as much as £500 a year, both of which came as news to me. You've got to pay extra to sit your customers outside, and you can't put up marquees for more than a month. Why? No wonder pubs and bars and restaurants are failing. I mean, does France do that? Does Spain insist on that? I don't know whether they do, but I'll assume that the answer is no.
No.
Plans are also being drawn up to allow small shops, where social distancing is difficult, to operate market-style stalls on the pavement outside. It's a good idea. And this new sense of desperation is because Boris Johnson has warned that 3.5 million jobs could be lost this summer if the sector remains locked down. The services sector upon which we rely. 3.5 million jobs. Good grief. But when we throw our doors open and we all belt outside to get back to doing more or less what we used to do before, well, we've seen it already in China and South Korea. There follows a re-emergence of the virus. I mean, it just makes sense. Of course there will. And then we'll have to get locked in again. Or the government will have to admit that maybe it got it wrong in the first place and will just carry on regardless. Because it's difficult to imagine how a localised lockdown could work. They've been talking about that. Oh, if it starts in one area of the country, we'll just lock that down. How on earth will that work? I mean, it's a relatively small country. People travel to get to work from one area to the next. Goods are driven from one area to the next. It's hard to imagine anything other than a complete lockdown or no lockdown. Still, I'm sure the government has a plan for every eventuality. I'm kidding, of course. I wonder if Boris Johnson is enjoying the job that he's wanted his whole life.
Yeah. Where
no, probably not. He's come under intense pressure from MPs and business leaders to urgently relax the 2-metre rule, or to drop it entirely, which would make you wonder why we've just been through the last 3 months. If they're going to just drop it, what was all that about? The Office for National Statistics showed that Britain's national output plummeted by a record to 20.4% in April. That's absolutely unbelievable, a figure. It's the biggest figure, it's the biggest drop in GDP ever. At the same time, it emerged that the number of average new infections per day has fallen from 5,600 to 4,500 since the end of April, which is still a massive number, isn't it? I mean, they're talking about that's it, problem solved. Tory MP Damien Green, who was Theresa May's. Theresa May. Do you recall Theresa May? Where is it? He said, scanning the screen. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Oh, damn it! Gosh, that would have been so funny. Oh well, never mind. Theresa May's de facto deputy, Tory MP Damien Green, said the latest infection rates are encouraging and the economic figures are frightening, so I think it's time to set a date for a move to 1 metre. Right. But the virus hasn't gone away. Nothing has actually changed. So if we can move to 1 metre now, how come we've been locked in for the past 3 months? If we can sit side by side and not get the virus, why have we been locked in for the last 3 months? A research paper published by SAGE, the Scientific Advisory Committee, suggested that companies should be given the freedom to choose how to operate safely. Well, they'll choose to operate for the benefit of their profits, I would imagine. If you allow them to just do whatever they want, then they will think money first. Of course they will. That's what they're in the business to make. Sage said sitting side by side or behind another person at 1 metre carried a similar risk to being 2 metres apart face to face. So, shoulder to shoulder is all right. Just don't kiss any strangers.
Disgusting.
If you can possibly manage it, have this call, 5. Andy.
Hello there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good, man. I'm just phoning about the whole concept about shopping, supermarkets, all this type of thing, from a visual impaired point of view, from somebody who has a sight impairment, who's partially sighted, who I can actually, when I go out, I do get assistance around the shop, but I do have partial sight, so I can see the visual signs. But my partner, who's totally blind, who did have a guide dog up until last year, until she retired, there's been a lot of stuff on the news about this, about how people with no sight or limited sight are going to be able to get about and to go, even if they want to go to clothes shops or do stuff. It's sometimes not easy to go onto the internet, and if you like, especially for me, I've got some sight, but it's better to go in and look at the things and feel them and feel clothes and all that kind of stuff. But it's very difficult for sight impaired people, this whole thing, because obviously people with very limited sight can't see the markers and the queues, and and people then go, you jump in the queue or whatever, which I always try to make sure I don't and do my best. But yes, it's just, I don't want the sympathy thing, because I've done a lot in my life, and I've, and so is my partner. She goes out to work still and stuff, but it's very difficult even when she goes out to get on the trains to get help, like to, some of the guards and that, they're a bit iffy about, if they want to help her off or whatever because of the social distancing, they do it, but, you know what I mean? It's,
so have you been given any advice?
Not really. I don't think there really is advice from, I suppose the RNIB do have some advice on it. I haven't really, but it has been featured on the news. I don't think there's a lot of ways round it, really, Nick. It's like, because of the social distancing, it is quite difficult, you know what I mean? And people like myself who like to go into, want to go into clothes shops or want to do stuff, you want to actually see the clothes. Sometimes looking at something on the line, it's not as good as actually feeling the clothes to go and actually try them on. And like you were quite correctly saying on your program, people are going to be like, you can't really, it might be difficult trying them, going in and trying them on, and especially if somebody has a dog or somebody has limited sight as well, and there'll be queues and all that. It's going to be very difficult. That's what I was really going to highlight with you, that from that point of view. I know you've been talking about people going back into shops, and I know you're in favour of that, which is good.
Yes. Well, I hadn't actually thought about that, but no, you're quite right to bring it up. Yeah. I don't know. That's the answer, but search me. I've got no idea. So are you itching to get back out there?
I am, because I have been going out, Nick. I go out to the shops, I go out to supermarkets and get my shopping. And then what I do is I get assist. I mean, I wait in the queues and try and make sure I adhere to the social distancing, and I go in and I ask them. But sometimes they won't get to somebody, but sometimes they go, we're short staffed, we can't get anybody, which I understand is difficult and for all shops at the moment. But going round, and they might say, well, I mean, for somebody that's totally blind, at least I can see the markings and maybe follow at a distance. But for somebody that's totally blind, or had like guide dogs, for example, like they can't. The guide dogs actually was on the news. There was actually an article on it. The dogs don't know. They can't adhere to the 2 meters. They don't obviously understand it. You know what I mean? It's a dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
they're smart, but they're not that smart.
They're not that smart, Nick. No, they're not that smart. It would be great if they could, but unfortunately, that's the thing that the guide dogs from the blind were saying on TV, that it's difficult.
Well, it's got to be down to other people to get out of your way, surely.
Well, one would hope, Nick. But some people, if there's a queue
Well,
you know, something like that. You know, you do get. I mean, a lot of people are helpful. Of course, I'm not saying they're not, but you're going to, you know, it will be down to people, and I just think it's good to highlight that on your show, that to people, that to try and be aware of people who do have visual impairments, or even maybe people in wheelchairs, other disabilities.
Quite right.
Just to highlight that to you, Nick.
Right, well, I'm glad you did. I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Andy.
Cheers, Nick.
Ta-da, 0345 6060 973. This text says, Joe Biden is a wet blanket and just as useful. Why did it have to be him? I mean, of all of the options, of all the youthful, vigorous options that were available to the Democrats, the left, once again, when given the option, shoots itself in the foot. Why did it have to be him? I think that they freaked out and thought, well, we're going to have to get somebody who is a bit like Trump, some old white guy, so as not to, petrify middle America. And that's what they got an old white guy with a cupboard full of skeletons who looks, he looks next to Donald Trump, he looks dead. I don't mean lacking energy, I mean actually dead, like somebody dug him up last week, Joe Biden. His skin looks like paper, apart from anything else. I mean, how old is Joe Biden? Isn't he more or less the same age as Donald Trump? Well, I don't know what Donald Trump is on. I have got a fair idea of what he's on. But maybe Joe Biden should get himself a couple of bags of it. Trump's going to win again. It's just excruciating. Trump is 73 and Biden is 77. Right. 77 years old. To my mind, that's 20 years too old to be the leader of a country. This says, hold on, Nick, so everybody else is riding bikes and doing their bit while you cruise around in your gas guzzler. Sounds like politicians. Do as I say, not as I do. Quite right. Everybody should do as I say, not as I do. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Here is Bloomsbury, Sophia. I mean, no, it's not. It's Linda in Manchester.
It is Linda in Manchester.
Linda.
Hi. Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
First time caller.
Ah, welcome along.
Hiya. Right, it's in regards to Trump.
Yeah.
Now, I know you're not a big fan. I am.
You're a big fan. You're a big fan of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Really?
I am, yeah.
What do you like about him?
He's straightforward.
No, he's not. That's the opposite of the truth. He isn't straightforward. He lies and he lies and he lies. It's the opposite of what you just said.
Well, you're listening to fake news all the time.
No, I'm not. I'm listening to what he says. What he says is verifiably false pretty much every time he opens his mouth. He's not straightforward. He's the opposite of that.
He's not. He gives it everyone straight. He's good. You know what? I'd rather have him as Prime Minister than with Boris.
Oh, my God. Well, there's not much to
I know you don't like him, Nick, and I do. I think you're brilliant. I love you to bits, but you are a massive, not a Trump fan.
Not a Trump fan, no.
Not a Trump fan, are you?
No.
Why?
Because he whines. He whines and he whines and he whines.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Yeah.
He's the only one who's actually come out and decided to take the deep state down.
Oh, my God. What does the deep state mean? You mean the CIA and the FBI?
Come on.
All
Nick,
of those
you know all about the
No, I've got no idea. This is one of these nutcase conspiracy theories, the deep state.
He's truth seekers, not conspiracy theorists. You're going to cut me off.
No, I'm not. I'm just waiting for you to say, no, I'm just kidding. This is all just a joke.
I'm not kidding.
The deep state. Who are the deep state?
You know the deep state.
No, I've got no idea. Who are they?
Why's Hillary Clinton and Obama and everyone else up in court?
God,
come on.
Hillary Clinton. Please, you can't possibly...
They're all up in court.
They're all up in court?
Yeah, they're all up in court. You do your research. I know you do.
There's no such thing as research that will come to the conclusion that Hillary Clinton is up in court. In what regard is she up in court?
Well, they're all up, ain't they? Obama, everyone, they're all up. Obviously, tried to set Trump up with the Russians, tried to, obviously, get him up in court for that.
Right. So that's Hillary's fault, is it, that Donald Trump has
it's
been...
Hillary. It's not Donald Trump. They found nothing on him.
Having discussions with the Russians. That's completely the opposite of the truth. They found that he... Oh, God, I can't bear it.
I know you can.
You are deliberately winding me up, Linda.
I am not. I'm a truth speaker.
You're a truth speaker.
I'm a truth...
Well,
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a truth searcher.
That's where you and Donald Trump part company, because he does not speak the truth. He lies and he lies and he lies.
Oh, what's Obama done for years?
But Obama's not the president anymore.
No, but he did lie.
Obama lied about what?
Yeah, he lied about a lot of things.
Like what?
A lot of things.
Well, name one thing. Name one thing. Linda, you are... I think you're a troll, aren't you? You're just trying to make my blood pressure go up.
I'm not a troll.
Back under your bridge, troll.
Oh, Nick, I love you.
All right. Well, I'll take that as a win. Thanks a lot, Linda. Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah, no. When everybody says trust me or believe me, don't believe it.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay?
No, not okay. He's president, can you believe it?
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Even he's stunned. He was actually stunned. If you look up that video when he says...
I'm president. Can you believe it?
I think he was standing on stage with some military types. And he just came on and that's the thing with him. He's unfiltered. And this is why I think one of the reasons that people like that nice lady that I was just speaking to like him is because he has no filter. He just he blurts out whatever stupid thing is crossing his mind. And in between the many lies, is over 20,000 lies since he took office. And that was back in May 29th. 20,000 verifiable lies since he took office. This notion that he speaks the truth is not true. He speaks what's on his mind is true. This is the Washington Post, which keeps a tally of his lies. And this is not the deep state. It is no longer a question as to whether President Trump will exceed 20,000 false or misleading claims by the time his current term is completed. Instead, we have to ask, will he top 25,000? As of May the 29th, Trump had made 19,127 false or misleading claims. That's 16 claims a day over the course of his presidency. Except that it's worse than that because it's increasing in number with each passing day. Much depends, they say, on whether the president is able to return to holding campaign rallies for his most loyal supporters. His most loyal supporters.
I love the poorly educated.
Those people. At such rallies, the president runs through a list of exaggerated or false claims that easily tops 60 statements per rally. The coronavirus pandemic has spawned a whole new genre of Trump's falsehoods. The category, in just a few months, has reached 800 claims. With his advocacy for, amongst others, hydroxychloroquine as a possible cure based on minimal and flimsy evidence, as in zero evidence. And anybody says otherwise is treated to this.
Quiet, quiet, quiet.
Yeah, just shut up. Trump's penchant for repeating false claims is demonstrated by the fact that in more than 450 instances, he has repeated a variation of the same claim at least 3 times. And the most repeated one is that the U.S. economy is the best in history. He keeps saying that over and over and over and over again. Or he's the best president ever for black people in the history of America. Keeps lying about that over and over and over again. How can anybody still believe what he says? It's just astonishing to me. He doesn't speak the truth. He speaks what's on his mind, which is not the same as the truth. How anybody can live with him is really astonishing to me. What do you think, Melania?
I don't care.
Yeah, she's not remotely bothered. Just think about the money, honey.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
If he actually did make $400 million a year, then he wouldn't just have released his tax returns. He'd be taking out adverts in national newspapers to print his tax returns if he made $400 million a year. I think you're broke, aren't you, Donny? That's the reason why you're not telling us how much you actually earn. Let's have Atlanta in Georgia. Graham.
Oh, shopping experiences, no lines, especially the other day in the big box store that sells everything that are ubiquitous in the country. Some people had masks, other people had masks, no masks. They were wiping down the self-check kiosks after every customer, which was good to see.
Right.
Grocery stores, no. Only thing that's missing is bathroom tissue and paper towels. Outside of that, there's chock-a-block full.
Huh. Now,
Yeah,
is that
no
wise?
line.
Is that wise? Because America has not reached a peak COVID infection yet. You're not on the way out. You're still on the way up, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. We'll see in 2 weeks after all the riots. If you can go to a riot, why can't you go to a grocery store?
Yes.
Also, with regard to the statues, now, we've got our issues here, I know, with the Confederates and all that stuff. But bottom line is, didn't the Taliban blast away ancient art on the sides of cliffs?
Yeah, it's hardly the same thing, though, is it?
Well, no, it's art. Forget everything else. Forget the political aspect of it. They're destroying art.
But you can't forget the political aspect of it. No, they're not destroying art. They're destroying something that celebrates the discrimination against black people. Of course.
I don't think it's okay, whatever. Okay, fine. What about so Clint Eastwood can no longer be on TV because he's got a big Magnum 45, and
Wait a
Andy
minute. Wait. Back up. Clint Eastwood can no longer be on TV? Says
right,
who?
because he's brandishing a gun.
Says who?
Well, there's a cartoon here called Paw Patrol, and there's a police dog. This is for 3-year-olds. And there's a dog, a police dog, and they want to ban that program because it's introducing children to police in the way of a dog. I mean, you were talking about faulty
No, wait a minute. Who wants to ban it?
Well, the proverbial they.
Who's they? You mean television stations?
The ones that want to take out John Cleese, those people.
Right. Well, they're not having any success, though, are they? I mean,
yes, they are.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are.
No, they aren't.
There's a show called Live. It's Cops. Been on the air for 32 years.
13.
And they've taken it off. No, 32. And they've taken it off.
Well, what other show has been on the air for 32 years that's still going? I mean, shows end all the time. Are you kidding me?
Andy of Mayberry or the Andy Griffith Show is in reruns forever.
Yeah, but they're not still making it.
Well, they're showing it.
The only reason that they would take that cops show, whatever that is, off the TV is because it's not getting good ratings. That happens all the time.
It's unbelievable ratings. It's unbelievable.
No, what ratings are they getting?
Yes, Dick.
What ratings are they getting?
I don't know.
Well, how can you say they're unbelievable ratings when you don't even know what they are?
I cannot, right at this second, don't have my notes with me every time I call you. I mean,
you must do your homework, or you'll have to see me afterwards.
Now, also, why is anybody going to argue with you about Donald Trump or religion? Now, don't they understand it's a dead end to do that? The guy from Scotland, he comes on and just argues with you. And this Linda was her name. Why does she bother? She must not listen to the show. I mean, come on. Take notes, people.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nick doesn't like certain things.
Correct.
You're the Howard Stern of British radio.
Well, let's not get carried away.
I love you, Nick. A dose of you just counteracts every other thing.
It goes straight through you. Exactly. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Like a dose of salts. Here is Tufnell Park. Kate.
Hello, Nick.
Kate.
Keep the high streets, get rid of all the shopping malls, the out-of-town ones, and use them for housing, and then the high streets would be buzzing with shops, wouldn't it?
Well, the problem with that is that people like the out-of-town shopping malls because they can park there.
I know, but I've been to a few around here, not lately, before the lockdown, and they're quite empty now.
Oh, yeah.
So I think they've had their day.
Well, they're closed.
No, I mean before lockdown.
Oh, right.
When I went to them.
Yeah.
Round here, they're not so... And it would liven up the high street, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I suppose so, but there's... I'm not a big fan of shopping malls. They all seem a bit antiseptic and soulless.
Well,
to
they
me.
are. I hate them,
But
which is why I want them rid of.
But the good thing about them is that you can shop in when it's pleasant, when it's bad outside, when it's raining and freezing cold. You can shop in
Think of all
pleasant.
them germs that are in there.
Oh well, I suppose so. Yeah. But there's
Well, it
germs.
would liven up the high street.
Yeah, there's germs everywhere.
Yes.
I mean, I know that we are concerned about getting this particular germ now, but I think we're really storing up problems for the future if we try to avoid all germs from now on. If we clean everything until it's gleaming and is pristine and clean, then we're going to be taking in fewer germs, which means that our immune system is going to be ripe for falling on its face when the next small virus comes along.
Yeah, I expect so.
So go out there and lick a telephone pole or a shopping trolley immediately. Promise me you'll do that.
I'll do that. I'll be wearing my mask, won't I? I'm going to wear a scarf, not a mask.
Well, that's not going to help, is it?
Yeah, I'm going to have lovely silver threads going through it. I'm not going to look like a penguin on a bus.
Right, so you're
going to look pretty.
Yeah, well, you'd look fantastic with most of your face covered, if you don't mind me saying that.
I don't mind.
All right. Well, the best of luck with that, Kate. Are you going to actually go out shopping?
I am. I need mascara. I've got a whole list of stuff I need from the makeup department.
Yeah. Well, what's the point of that? You're going to have a scarf over your face. Nobody's going to be able to see you.
The eyes will get done, won't it? It'll be no more lipstick.
Right. So you're going to buy a lot of eye products.
A lot of eye products.
Yeah. What else?
Not a lot, really, because if I can't try anything on, like shoes and stuff, what's the point?
Yeah.
So I'll probably only go in once a week.
Right. Well, how many pairs of shoes have you got?
Oh, do you know what? I've got a whole load still in their boxes that I've never worn.
What?
But they're beautiful shoes. I never want to wear them. They're like works of art.
Are you out of your mind? How many boxes of shoes have you got that you've never worn?
God, about 14.
What? 14?
Mainly from the 80s. They're beautiful.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Are you saving them for best? Best is now.
I'm saving them for heaven.
Right. Okay. Well, in heaven, of course, your feet will never touch the ground. You'll just be floating everywhere, and they'll always be box fresh.
They will be.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Kate. Now I've heard it all. I mean, I've got clothes that I haven't worn for a good long time, and I do tend to wear the exact same thing every day. You know, I change what's underneath, because otherwise...
disgusting.
Awful. But I've never bought a pair of shoes and just left them in the box for years on end. I mean, I'm not crazy. No offence. This says, my thoughts on suggested relaxations on social distancing. I would prefer everyone to stay 2 metres away from me indefinitely. Or is it just me? No, it's me too. Yeah, 2 metres. Or in old money, about a half a mile. About a half a mile would be good for me. I appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
Now, whatever might happen between now and next Friday, God, can you imagine? I mean, it's just, it blows my mind thinking about it. That's a recording of my mind being blown. But whatever it is, we'll chew it up and we'll spit it out then, eh? Friday and Saturday night at 10. Now, stick around because Steve Allen will set you straight at 5. But right now, it's Matt Stadland.
All for the large amount, a sort of enormous amount, a great deal, a huge, lots and lots of angry...
What are you talking about?
Well, there are so many angry people around me.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of ire about...
What's they on about, these people?
Oh, you know, stuff.
Anyone would think that there are problems with this country right now.
With this country? That's very unpatriotic of you to say so.
I stand corrected. Were you out and about today, protesting?
I was about, but I wasn't out.
That's very good to hear. So you weren't one of those with a Smirnoff Ice or a beer or all the other available alcoholic beverages in your hand and sort of shouting and swearing at the police officers?
I do not drink on a work day. I make up for it during the week.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
At 1 o'clock, more than 100 people have been arrested during protests in central London where demonstrators clashed with police. The Prime Minister described the violence as racist thuggery after 6 officers suffered minor injuries during the unrest. Many protesters say they were in Parliament Square where the clashes started to protect the statues and war memorials which had been vandalised last weekend by anti-racism protesters. Home Secretary Priti Patel called the violent scenes appalling.
Please do not participate in these gatherings. They are illegal. There is a health emergency on right now. And quite frankly, the individuals that are perpetrating violence, thuggery and this shameful behaviour should expect to face the full force of the law.
Well, demonstrations turned violent after hundreds of self-proclaimed statue defenders took over areas near the Houses of Parliament and Trafalgar Square and hurled missiles, smoke grenades, glass bottles and flares at police officers. Many of those present were drinking and there were a number of clashes with police in riot gear. Former Chief Superintendent of the Met Police, Dal Babu, has told LBC not everyone there was causing trouble, though.
We live in a calm, well-ordered society. I'd like to think that this is not a prelude to anything worse that's going to happen. And actually, if you